And despite interruptions to the daily commutes where we used to spend the majority of our time listening to music and podcasts, audio consumption is actually up across the board since the pandemic led to nationwide lockdowns back in March. According to Nielsen Music and MRC Data's U.S. mid-year 2020 music report, total audio consumption for the first 6 months of 2020 was up 9.4% year over year, which was driven by a 16.2% increase in streaming. And results from the researchers' latest COVID-19 study show an even deeper dive into how music fits into our new media behaviors. 25% from an August survey reported that they watched a live streamed or virtual concert within the last 2 weeks, which was up from 22% the previous month, while 44% of the respondents said they intended to watch one in the next 2 weeks. That's great news to hear for the many marketers who will be joining us today to talk about their innovations in virtual events. That study also found that there's been a surge in consumers who've added a new paid streaming service to their monthly subscriptions, which was up from 42% in early July compared to 31% a month prior in June. And then, of course, there's podcasts. According to Edison Research's recent Share of Ear study, total time spent listening to podcasts actually went up by 30 minutes to 6 hours and 45 in Q2 of 2020 versus 6 hours and 15 minutes in Q1. That's a sign that total engagement with podcasts is still increasing during lockdown as well. All right, just a few housekeeping notes before we kick off today's program. First, we highly recommend that you guys view this live cast via the Google Chrome extension instead of on your browser. The extension only takes 1 to 2 minutes to download and will provide the best video and audio quality. We encourage you to engage with our speakers by asking questions. Just use the Q&A function on the right-hand panel to submit your questions throughout today's live cast. It's also not too late to invite a colleague to join you. So if you know someone who may be interested in today's topics, please feel free to forward them the same URL that you used to log in. For anyone not available during this fireside chat, they will be able to watch today's series on demand. We'll send a follow-up email with this information after the webinar. And if you'd like to dial in, just open the same widget as the Q&A and choose audio connection. Just provide your cell number for a dial-in. And last but not least, for a great viewing experience, change your WebEx viewing screen to grid view. You can find this option in the top right corner of your screen. And of course, as always, please engage with us on social media. We are at Brand Innovators on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. Thank you as always to Cisco WebEx for being the official technology partner of Brand Innovators Virtual Summits and for facilitating a great virtual event experience. I hope you, like me, are looking forward to today's live cast. We're going to be hearing from marketing leaders from Anheuser-Busch, T-Mobile, Calm, Lyft, Bacardi, and many, many more. And with that, without further ado, I'm so thrilled to announce the host for our first session, which is an exclusive webinar from the RNC PMK team called The Way We Listen and Watch, Bold Entertainment Trends for 2021. So please welcome Michael Fine, the SVP of Insights, Analytics, and Integrated Strategies, Michael Dunn, SVP of Music and Entertainment Partnerships, Marissa Wallace, Group Director, Multicultural Communications and Marketing, and Meg Grogan, Vice President of CRL, all with RNC PMK. Welcome, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us and inviting us here today. I'll be leading the moderation today. Again, we're from RNC PMK, Rogers & Cowan PMK. Just very briefly, we really sit at the center of entertainment and culture with everything that we do. We are working with some of the biggest brands and talent that you can imagine. On the talent side of the business, we represent all sorts of talent across music, content, you name it. The biggest names. And from the brand side of the business, it's everyone you can think of, MasterCard, McDonald's, you name it. And the reason I'm sticking with the M's is we've got wonderful M's here across the board, which we'll do brief intros. Again, I'm Mike Fine. I head up our insights and strategy practice, very focused on making sure that we're understanding the consumer and bringing the best strategies together for our clients. Why don't I hand it to Meg for a quick introduction. Oh, you're on mute. At this point in the pandemic.
Could not have been more of a 2020 intro. I love that. I was double muted on my phone and the computer. Great start. My name is Meg Grogan. I'm the client relationships lead for Verizon, one of our biggest and most integrated accounts here at RNC PMK. We look after everything for them across comms, some integrated marketing, and as well as some brand and content integration.
Mike, seems like we're having some audio issues on your end. While you figure that out, Marissa, why don't we pivot to you?
Absolutely. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Marissa Wallace. I am a group director here at RNC PMK and our multicultural marketing and communications practice. My background is in developing communication strategies, branded content, experiential activations, just strategic overall guidance for our clients to communicate and engage both general market, but mostly multicultural market audiences. So that includes communities of color, LGBTQ, women, youth, differently abled, so on and so forth. So just really excited to have this conversation today and bring that additional multicultural layer to this.
Okay.
And
Is this working now?
we got you.
All right. What's 2020 without challenges? Cool. Well, I'm an SVP at Rogers & Cowan PMK. I oversee a team of experts that really sit at the center of brand partnerships. We work across different programs for clients, including MasterCard, Northwell Health, Cisco, and across entertainment, music, and also esports. Really excited to be part of the conversation today.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining. As we go in, and we're going to go over a few different trends, I really wanted to avoid what we think are somewhat obvious trends and really focus on these consumer shifts that we're seeing. And maybe the most obvious one is the shift from exhaustion to equilibrium, that because of the long-lasting nature of the pandemic, both within the US and globally, we've seen a huge shift in terms of consumer behavior and kind of an acceptance of certain types of trends, certain types of behaviors. And so I'll open it up for Meg. What are some of the accepted new behaviors that you feel like you're seeing, and how are brands reacting to that?
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that the new normal is normal, right? We kind of have to abandon the idea that we've shifted or we've changed or it's been some big disruption. Like, this has been a better part of a year now. How we are going about things from a brand and a content perspective will shift, irrevocably. There's no going backwards. So I think from a brand perspective, we've seen just being a lot more attentive to all things that the consumer is looking for, whether that's innovative content, interesting mediums, or just being a little bit more mindful of the social justice issues that our content and the people that we're creating it with are touching. I think a lot of the best things to come out of 2020 have been that we have a higher standard for what the consumer will actually feel engaged by. And we also have, from a brand perspective, a bigger role to play in terms of partnership and how we can help create content that is a little bit more innovative and a little bit more appealing to the consumer. And I think that just comes from the fact that everyone has a lot of choice and they know that they do. So brands need to be really clever, as well as content creators, and what they're putting out there. We were talking about this the other day, and Mike and I were saying, like, the days of just a virtual live stream concert have come and gone almost in the last 6 months. Like that's how quickly it's changing. So I think brands and content creators need to constantly be innovating with this medium to really appeal to consumers.
Yeah, look, I'll just add to that in that I think it's made the artists from a music world and a music space so much more relatable, right? It's like everyone holds these artists and even celebrities up to this standard and level that they have perfect lives. And no one could avoid the effects of the pandemic, right? So we see more artists opening up about things they really care about, whether that be social causes, right? We saw Billie Eilish really get behind voting this year. And so, to see them so relatable, I think has been really great. And brands really are tapping into that, I believe. Look at Taylor Swift, right? She wrote her album Folklore, and it wasn't this happy-go-lucky album, right? It's really kind of understanding what's going on and being relatable, right? And, we see this with artists opening up about mental health issues. We saw Bebe Rexha and Camila and kind of everybody kind of talking about it in a little more of a welcome space, because I think we're all feeling it. And so it really makes the artist a little bit more relatable in my mind.
And just one build on Taylor Swift, because I love that we're 8 minutes in and we're already talking about my girl. But she created a completely non-commercial album in Folklore, but then she went and did a nice content deal with Disney Plus, right? So there's still this intersection of brands and artists and creators working with platforms and partners that are going to bring their content to the largest audience, and understanding now that audience will be on a digital subscription service. It likely will not be the Lover tour that was supposed to sell out 2 stadiums across the country and, largest stadiums globally. It's now going to be a streaming platform, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, and can we actually, while we're on the subject of platforms, talk a little bit about some of the changes? So you've got platforms like Facebook and Instagram, you've got TikTok, that have enabled more direct access to consumers, not only to reach the audience and engage, but really to monetize that audience directly. Is that a trend that you're seeing starting to pick up, that the artists or the content creators are able to go more directly to consumers and to their fan base?
I'll jump in. Yeah, look, I think it's no secret with TikTok, right? I think, especially younger consumers, they're getting their music from different places, and social media is really driving that. We're seeing that with danceable songs, right? Drake's song tells you how to dance to it, right? I won't do it because I'm not good at it, but my kid is pretty good. That said, it's just the world's changed there, right? I think social has allowed the artist to your point, Mike, really connect with their audience in a much different way. So yeah, I'm excited to see artists doing more. We see a lot of crossover within esports, right? Obviously, everyone knows about the huge success with Travis Knight and the concert. And so I think we're going to see a lot more of that crossover within the different platforms and spaces, because it's not just about releasing an album and touring it anymore, right? And artists are smart enough to understand that. So they're looking for ways to stay relevant, whether that's through a Happy Meal or through a song on TikTok that people get excited about and dance to.
And I think you meant Travis Scott versus Travis Knight, but Travis Scott is definitely a golden star here as far as brands go, and sort of like elevating brands and being influential in these spaces. When it comes to TikTok, I just definitely want to touch back on that a little bit more and talk about kind of creating content, creating music, creating dances that kind of speak directly to consumers. And we really see sort of a multicultural consumer leading the charge there when it comes to, like Michael Dunn said, like Drake's sort of Michael Jackson-esque dance that he created specifically for TikTok, or we're thinking about the Savage Challenge by Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce. All of those things combined are really led, one, by Black creators, by Black musicians and artists, but they're really like taken to the next level by Black social media users, who are really the most influential group when it comes to sort of amplifying these sort of viral crazes and viral moments. So just wanted to touch on that. That is another way that we see, because we aren't having like live events as frequently as we have before, right? We all know that, and we're aware of that, and we'll kind of see that sort of trend a little bit for the foreseeable future into 2021. But just another way of thinking about how we can continue to be innovative on the platforms available to us, to Meg's point earlier, speaking directly to and creating those innovative moments that will connect with all consumers, but really sort of led by a multicultural perspective to really have that halo effect onto other groups.
I love that. Oh, go ahead, Meg.
Oh, sorry, Mike. I was just going to say, from a brand's perspective, they're leaving far too much equity on the table if they're not meeting their consumer where they are on whatever platform they need to be. So the TV commercial might not be entirely dead if you still need to reach that consumer. But if you're not thinking about how your brand is showing up on TikTok, or even from a comms perspective, we think all the time with Verizon about how to be reactive and how to be real time. Like as something as simple as a country music artist leaving his phone on the top of his car and running it over, and us getting a phone to him because the world can't live without Russell Dickerson's TikToks. That was a really relevant, casual, easy win for Verizon from a comms perspective, but it was rooted in us needing to make sure that he had the tools he needed to create content on a platform where we know that Verizon's consumers are and where we need to be, even if not so much directly, even in a guerrilla way, which I think is really important.
That's fantastic. And, I'm sure many in the audience have seen Spotify's recent 2020 Insights report, where they've published some of the up-and-comers as well as leading artists from this year, right, from the pandemic. It is no coincidence that those artists, largely in that top set, came from Latin America or Spanish-speaking countries. And that seems to be, frankly, a longer-term trend. And we have a question from the audience, and Mike, I'll punt to you on this one. Which artists have emerged new during the pandemic, and how are these new artists using these changes to get noticed? You don't have to use our own talent in your response.
Yeah, no, there was this new artist, Fleetwood Mac, that came out that did this thing. The song was incredible. I hope it's a hit.
They're really good.
I think thank you for laughing. I mean, look, I think we've seen such an explosion, not even to the pandemic. I think it was already happening, but we've seen it really accelerate it with Latin artists, right? It's just, they're much more in the mainstream now. We see most of the streaming being done is for artists like Maluma, like Bad Bunny, right? So I think that crossover has been huge, right? And I think everybody has understood the importance of that consumer and a diverse consumer, but now it's mainstream, right? And I think everyone's listening, and I think that's going to continue to happen, right? Genres, you don't just listen to one genre anymore, right? It's like now pop is mixing into Latin, mixing into country, so it creates this just great world of mixtures of music, and I think new talent is going to continue to rise out of the pandemic, and it's like we were talking about Taylor Swift, it's not always going to be happy-go-lucky music. I think the more people who are real and really understand the audience are going to have the biggest levels of success.
So to build off of that and this idea of being real and authentic, one of the trends that we see heading into the new year here is one built around empathy. The idea that where content creators, where talent are able to, and brands are able to connect more with consumers, that creates a longer lasting impact. Obviously for types of entertainment like audio and podcasts, the cliche is that with something speaking so directly into your ear, there's an intimacy there that can be built off of, really, if that empathy is there. Marissa, I'm curious from your standpoint, as you're counseling clients, sometimes on somewhat difficult issues, how do you give that counsel to guide them towards being empathetic when that may not be core to their brand ethos?
Like when it comes to sort of partnerships with talent and so on and so forth, right, from a brand perspective. So thinking about taking a step back, and really, I think Meg touched on it earlier, sort of like the trends that 2020 ushered in is now brands are being much more aware of important issues, sensitive issues that may have not always been at the forefront when it comes to sort of social justice, embrace, and other important topics that we all know have happened over 2020. I think that now the counsel that we're giving our clients who are interested in more diversity, equity, and inclusion and multicultural marketing, communications, and strategy is really looking internally first at sort of the policies, sort of the practices that they implement and the values that they hold, and how does that align with sort of a brand from a talent perspective that they are hoping to align with. I think that on the same side, and conversely, talent is also looking at brands that demonstrate sort of the same values that they hold dear to their heart. A lot of conversations that we are starting to have now, or that we started to have in 2020, like start off with sort of, okay, can you share what your DE&I kind of policies are before talent even considers partnerships, right? Like that is sort of a table stakes now. And so we are really working with our clients to and not just our clients, but just in general, to really just take a look at it and clean house a little bit, so that when having those genuine conversations, they can be as authentic as possible in the partnership, and we can align in a more honest and genuine fashion, right? Because at the end of the day, when it's presented to the consumer, we're going to know the consumer is going to be savvy on if that brand and if that talent partnership is genuine and authentic and really representative of the values that they're holding or putting to the forefront. So just that perspective.
Yeah, look, I'll just highlight that with a quick example. I think you said it, Marissa, in the beginning of the pandemic and with all the other social injustice and our election and everything else happening, I think brands weren't really sure how to jump in, and some did and made a real impact, right? We saw Verizon with it, Pay It Forward, very quickly react. And it was great. And I think if you're going to make a statement and stand for something, the authenticity thing is the key, right? I think for MasterCard, it really was something from the top down that was a real commitment. They made a In Solidarity donation of $500 million to specifically support Black female-owned businesses. And so you're going to see that, I think, through the coming months and how that all really comes to life and how they deliver and show that they're making a difference. And I think it's really going to resonate with consumers. But yeah, I'm excited to see how many more brands really step up to the platforms and things they believe in, and how consumers react to it.
Yeah, on that same front, just thinking about some of the work on the MasterCard front that you just touched on, Michael, MasterCard recently did a sort of integration in honor of LGBTQ History Month in October that featured sort of the True Name card, which is the first credit card that allows cardholders to show their chosen name on it. As a transgendered person, sometimes that is a challenge that you have to face, right? Your name on your ID doesn't really match or no longer matches the gender that you identify with. And so MasterCard has really been proactive in creating this platform to allow transgender individuals to have their chosen names on their cards. And so what we did was we had an integration where we enlisted talent, including Angelica Ross, who is actually RNCPM, to have a conversation on what that means in honor of LGBTQ History Month, along with representatives from GLAAD and a representative from MasterCard. And so we're starting to see more conversations and panels and discussions on that front, both on podcasts and in sort of video format, to really highlight issues that talent and brands really care about. So just another example of what we have been doing and what we coordinated recently with talent.
So we have a question from the audience, Marissa. What are some of the new guidelines or policies that you've put in place this year to ensure that clients are engaging with diverse talent and in the right ways?
That's a great question. So some of the sort of policies that we are implementing or putting into place and guiding clients against is really, one, ensuring we do an audit of our clients, of course, internally, and then also some of the talent that they've already externally partnered with, and thinking about sort of what is that that makeup of who you typically partner with, and looking at if you have a diverse sort of mix. If not, how can we change that? And how can we think about sort of who from all groups, right, from Black, from Hispanic, from all multicultural communities, bring that to the forefront and present it in a way that it aligns still with the brand values in an authentic way, but it's in a way that, again, allows for creators, allows for talent, both above the line and below the line, in this conversation, to really be involved in the same way that generally we weren't involved in before. So thinking about, if we're thinking about a previous wine client that I worked on before at RNC PMK, having a conversation around sort of the beauty of Black women, and highlighting, celebrating, and toasting to the beauty of Black women. Who are those talent representatives that we would want to partner with? And so we kind of comb through our own sort of process and system, talent that has spoken out or has been representative of some of those conversations already, so that when we do partner and we do bring it to the forefront, it makes sense. So really thinking about sort of, internally, just to backtrack again, sort of thinking about internally, what's the makeup of the company? Externally, what is your sort of like track record, if you will, of partnering with diverse talent? And 3, what are your values? And 4, how can we make that more of a diverse mix by presenting talent both above the line and below the line? So talent could mean producers, could mean content creators, could mean talent, specifically celebrities, just all of those partnerships from nonprofit partnerships and the audiences that they serve. That's sort of the quick 4 or 5 step process that we've been looking at and implementing when we're counseling our clients.
I love that, and
I just love.
I was gonna ask Meg. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I love that this conversation is now being driven by both the talent and the brand, right? So talent is saying we want to see an open door look at under the hood of the D&I practices of organizations that they're partnering with, and brands are saying we want to celebrate voices and talent that are otherwise underrepresented. We did probably the piece of work that I'm most proud of this year. We did for another client, and we really looked at diversity and representation in entertainment and how this brand, I'm not saying the brand because it's too good of an idea and it hasn't happened yet and you will all feel it, but how this brand could really create an impact in the space by forging a strategic partnership with a content creator that was really celebrating this level of diversity. And I think just hearing the question, seeing this note on our trends for next year, I don't think we would be having this conversation with this lens, with this sort of filter and this layer to this discussion a year ago. And I think if we can all sort of maintain that mindset of how important it is to be bringing brands content and introducing them to the creators that are going to speak to the consumer base that is ultimately going to be most important. That might not be talent that looks like your board of directors, but it should be. And I think just sort of seeing how much things have changed in the last year, I'm hoping, and I don't want to steal this thunder for what we're excited about for next year, because this is what I'm excited about for next year, but I'm hoping that filter and that focus and that rigor and that thoughtfulness when it comes to where brands are putting their sponsorship dollars really stays looking further, stays looking outside the norm. And I think it's very comforting to me, sort of where I started my very long point here, but it's very comforting to me that this is being led by both brand and talent, because if you don't have that on both sides, I don't think you actually have a shift. I think talent has been telling brands to pay attention to this for years, but because of 2020, most brands are kind of only waking up to that.
So let me, Mike, let me ask this next question to you. I actually want to pivot us to another trend that we're seeing. And this one is really built around something that probably everyone on this call has become. You are now part of a new target audience, most of you, which is that you are geographically empowered, right? Not everyone in society has the luxury, but many of us have been able to shift our work schedules to work from home or work from wherever. That geographic empowerment obviously has a lot of impacts in a lot of different ways. One of them is in terms of content consumption. And Andrew at the kickoff mentioned a few stats around this, but truly we've seen not only when people are consuming content, listening to music shift, it's now more throughout the day, that kind of thing, but the actual content is shifting too. And I guess the question for you, Mike, how do we address this new consumer that didn't exist a year ago?
Yeah, look, I think if we've seen anything through live streaming, I think with music, that was always a part of it, but now it's been accelerated where it's really going to have to be part of the mix, right? And it will never be the same as standing there watching the concert live, but what it does is it creates so much more scale, right? Clearly. So, is the notion of live gone, right? Like, Is it this everybody tunes in for a live moment? Is it really live? And do people care anymore? Right? I think live is just new to you, right? So if it's airing overseas, but it's already been seen in the US, it's still kind of live, right? And people are able to engage with it because they're seeing it for the first time. And people can, it's an on-demand world we live in, right? So people can engage with the content whenever they feel like it, right? Whether they're in a bad mood and alone, or in a very small, socially distant, safe gathering where they can experience with other people. So yeah, look, I think the way we're consuming content is so much different. We're consuming so much more because we live on these things all day long. And you said work from home. It's like we're constantly connected, and that's just the world we live in. So look, I think it's been interesting with pay-per-view models, right? And who has success there, and is that a proven model for the industry, right? I think there's mixed and varied results, and it really is like those A-level superstars that can really host a global live stream event. And again, unless it's truly innovative and different, consumers are used to seeing live streamed content, so they want something different, whether that's covers of songs or doing it in unique locations, or so with Billie Eilish, all the special effects. So yeah, look, I think it's great for music, right? It just makes it so much more accessible for everyone. And I think brands will be able to play in that in how they're helping distribute and get it to the masses.
Meg, I would love to hear your POV on, go ahead on this, and also on HBO Max if you want to get into that too.
Yeah. No, thanks for teeing me up for that, Mike. I really appreciate that.
Anytime.
The thing that I was most excited about the HBO Max announcement with Wonder Woman was that I was able to make what I think was probably my best joke of 2020, which was that I would have Chris Pine under my pine tree for Christmas, because we would all get to watch Chris Pine on Christmas Day night in Wonder Woman 1984. But the second most exciting thing about that was just how bold and like really irreverent that was by HBO and Warner to make that decision. To just say, we've all been waiting. We've been waiting for a production company to do it. Disney Plus dipped their toe in the water with Mulan, but they just said, screw it. We've been waiting for this movie. We've been waiting for a slate of content. We could have a whole nother panel on how Warner Brothers sort of operates in that underdog position next to Disney and Marvel. And I think this was the ultimate gauntlet throwing by them to say our whole slate. You had directors like Christopher Nolan say that it was the worst decision they've ever made. We all know that Christopher Nolan waited to release Tenet, in tiny socially distant theaters in Europe, because Christopher Nolan would never, make a film for release on demand. So I think this HBO situation and what Mike described as streaming pay-per-view with live music really starts to create this incredible tension and conflict between content and platform, and what the consumer is going to demand, what our societal needs and what will keep us safe is going to demand, and also people wanting their content to be seen, right? It matters for a movie like Wonder Woman 1984, but it might matter less for a small indie film picked up from Sundance that goes right to Amazon Prime. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I also think that one of the things we've been saying in our, I was going to say hallways, but we actually haven't been in a hallway in the better part of a year, in our virtual hallways, is that as quickly as we sort of came into this social distance pandemic mentality, right? I think we will come out of it just as quickly. So live concerts are not gone. And I actually think a movie theater is going to be one of the first places to open up, because you can safely distance in those spaces. So it's just going to be really interesting. And it's going to be, how much of a look are we going to get behind the curtain in terms of streaming numbers and success? Netflix was notorious for never sharing that. We never really got tangible success metrics of Mulan. I know I'll be watching Wonder Woman about 100 times, but like, what does that actually mean? And what does that mean for these platforms. And also when it goes back, right? Like people might have become accustomed to just paying their $14 a month and streaming their content. They might not want to pay $19 to go back to a movie theater. So we're really going to rely on sort of like the societal norms and the desire to be physically with other people and see things on a big screen and really remember what those live experiences were like, I think, to drive consumers back to the way things used to be.
I thank you for bringing up movies too. One thing for the audience, movie theaters are open and booming in places like Japan. And I only mention that to say, you know, as other parts of the world reopen up, you know, some of these, we'll call them traditional venues, right? There is a reason to believe that things will come back and come back pretty strong, which is fantastic news, of course, with a nod to safety with all of that. We do have a question from the audience, and I'll throw this out to whomever wants to take it. What was something you thought would resonate with listeners during COVID that hasn't? For example, virtual concerts.
Yeah, look, what was the question, Mike? Something that
something you thought was going to resonate and then didn't end up resonating.
Yeah, look, I think we saw it happen in the quick evolution of virtual content, right? I think everybody got excited by Club Quarantine, and Club Quarantine like closed pretty quickly, not in a bad way. I think it was amazing for the time, but people got bored of watching a guy DJ in his apartment, right? And so I think that that was a great way to spur new platforms like Versus, right, that are more social and people could engage more. But I did, you know, there was that interesting time where everyone was trying to recreate that Club Quarantine moment, right, and do something virtual. And I think everyone thought that was going to work. And like, hey, if we can't do it this way, then virtual is the next best thing. And first off, not every artist can sit on their couch and sing and play a guitar or sound amazing, right? I think that's no surprise to everyone here. But look, I think it was interesting to see how quickly people move past to wanting more, right? And so for me, it was like brands thought that was going to be the trend. And now when I bring up a digital concert to brands, they're like, you know, they kind of are like, what can we do differently? You know, how can we engage people differently? But yeah, I would say that, right? I think everybody thought that the couch tour was going to last longer than it did.
Yeah, I would like to piggyback on that because Club Quarantine did shutter fairly quickly, however fun and exciting it was in the beginning. I think that talking about live experiences, again, I've gone virtual, and I think Mike Dunn just touched on it when talking about Versus. Versus is such an anomaly because of people are watching that live because it brings sort of community together. And I think the point is that it has that dynamic engagement that really makes that experience that much more enjoyable. Yes, we're watching the talent. Yes, we're listening to the music. Yes, we're having that kind of shared experience. But I think that that's sort of a kind of something that you're not going to recreate often. And so obviously like Swizz Beatz and Timbaland touched on something amazing and created something amazing that I think will withstand into 2021 and beyond as they continue to evolve, because that in itself also evolved, right? Like we used to have our artists in different sort of locations with like really terrible Wi-Fi connections and just like really like choppy, and there's, you know, Teddy Riley just being ridiculous and cutting in and out. And that was a part of the experience as well. So, but we've seen that evolution now where it's really highly produced. Like we're getting Gucci Mane, we're getting Jeezy together for an experience in the same place. So I think the demand for better quality of production will continue to skyrocket. I don't, as things continue to open up in 2021 and beyond, I still see things like that having staying power and lasting power. And again, back to Meg's point, it's such an innovative and unique way that it was brought to us only because we all had nothing to do, right? In March, we were all staying at home scrolling on Instagram, and Timbaland was like, hey, watch this. And we were like, oh, I'm sold. So I think that that will be one of those platforms that will continue to evolve beyond this year.
I want to squeeze in another audience question here. Mike, this one is probably best for you. Can you speak a bit to the intersection of music and charity during the past 8 months? And in my mind, I'm thinking Northwell Health, but would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, look, I think charitable causes have become so important. I think for both consumers and brands, they want to do good, right? I think they actually want to be a resource and do good things in communities. Northwell specifically, I am very lucky. Northwell is a regional hospital network in New York City. They own Lenox Hill. Go check it out on Netflix. Sorry for that plug. Yeah, look, I'm super lucky. I get to work on programs that thank healthcare workers and frontline workers and nurses. And then my other program is around Fleet Week and military and thanking those folks. So I'm pretty lucky in that respect. I think, look, people now more than ever understand the power of the nurses and frontline workers and what they've done for everyone. And so they're more willing to give, right? And I think we just did this Nurse Heroes Live program on Thanksgiving, where it was all about celebrities and artists coming together for the cause and really raising money to support Nurse Heroes and, support scholarships for nurses and really support them in a big way. And I think now more than ever, audiences are willing to do it, right? And I think we all talk about how the younger generations are all about, cause, and we're seeing it, right? I think people are really stepping up, and it's funny to see the shift. It became about COVID support, and I think some of it still is, but then it's also gone into different areas like supporting nurses or supporting other causes that are important to people. And I think we're just going to continue seeing it. And I think it's a great thing for brands to be real and relevant and really shine to their audience that they're supportive of the same initiatives that they are.
Great. I have another question that I'm going to probably butcher, but I'm going to shorten it. So apologies. Basically, would RNC PMK consider championing what is described as a win-win opportunity for talent and platforms? There are new platforms that are emerging that are more generous to content makers. And Meg, maybe I'll toss that one to you because I think the answer is very often on the brand side.
So the question meaning, like, would we champion a lesser known platform that was more generous to talent? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, I think the content, the platforms that we go to every day and are now sort of part of our daily lives didn't start that way, right? So I think it's always important to look at what's emerging and what's innovative. I think from a talent perspective, right, it just depends on the level of talent that you're working with. So like an A-list celebrity can still sort of go out and create their own platforms. I think actually one of the things to come out of the quarantine was talent like Brie Larson, also an RNC client, creating her own YouTube channel. She's been making Avengers movies for the past 3 years. Not sure we would have seen a YouTube channel from her if she hadn't had that break. I watched Ryan Tedder cook on Instagram Live for the first 2 weeks of quarantine for like an hour and a half every night. Like we said, we were watching anything in mid-March. So I think that finding that sort of brilliant intersection of a new platform that's speaking to consumers, offering something different, isn't just sort of like a reskin of an Instagram or a TikTok, and then finds the talent that is best suited for that platform. Instagram stories have sort of allowed unknown female comedians, all comedians, but specifically the female comedians that I follow, to sort of have an audience and a built-in fan base that they might not have otherwise. And Instagram stories were actually, before COVID, getting national tours booked for that type of talent. So I think whenever there's that combination of the right platform plus the right medium, I think brands are absolutely smart to get involved, especially at something's sort of growth point.
And in a lot of ways, you're building off of yet another trend, which is this entertainment crossover that partnerships and platforms, things are going to pop up in unexpected places. And so you're seeing a lot of platforms investing in this. So something like Twitch, which is, hardcore gaming type of platform, really going broad and featuring things from music concerts to live sports on the platform and different things like that. Marissa, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this idea of entertainment crossover and where being unexpected can really be beneficial to both talent and brands.
Yeah, I think the first example that came to mind for me, and I think probably came to mind for a lot of people that Mike Dunn touched on earlier, may have been the Travis Scott and Fortnite sort of esports gaming situation, which was a virtual concert, but was a huge success, right? That wasn't something, well, I don't know how long conversations were going on, but that wasn't something that was happening or a topic of discussion before the sort of stay-at-home orders and before the pandemic. And I think that sort of surprise and delight element, granted, it's Travis Scott, anything he touches turns to gold. But I think just thinking about, one, esports being a platform in itself that's growing and also grew during the pandemic because people are at home more, they're gaming more, there's more time to play, all of that. But then looking at how can we introduce a source of entertainment, which is music, in a way to get it back in front of the consumer, right? Because we aren't going to concerts and they aren't expecting to consume it in this way here. So I think that sort of forward thinking is what we'll continue to see. And that's something that definitely worked extremely well coming out of this sort of pandemic and situation.
Great. I want to land the plane here with a final question around really what you're most excited for in the coming year here. Is there something that you think will just be novel or a trend that you're already loving? And for me, to be honest, I'm most excited to just figure out the next time I see people, do I give them a hug or shake their hand or elbow bump, how all that's going to work? That to me is going to be really interesting. But let me open it up and I'll start with Mike. What are you most excited for?
Yeah, look, I love a good comeback story, right? And so I'm most excited, like everyone here, to get back to live music. I'm close with Founders Entertainment, Live Nation, and talk a lot about GovBall and big festivals and what that experience will be like when we're all able to gather again and enjoy live music. So I'm excited for that moment, right? And I think brands need to be there to celebrate that as well, right? We talk about these life-changing experiences. I say this often. It's, what was your first concert, right? Is a big icebreaker. It's like, well, what was your first concert post-COVID, right? And what was that feeling like, when you finally were able to see your favorite artist? So yeah, I'm just excited to get back to it. The other thing I like is nostalgia. I think that's playing into this. Everyone's at home and it's almost like comfort, right? I'm listening to Tom Petty and stuff that really makes you feel comfortable. And then I laugh with brands leveraging it, like Target having Real Love on their commercial, where every time the song comes on, my wife starts dancing no matter where she is. And my kids are really impressed that I know all the words. So I hope that continues.
Mike, what's your first concert going to be post-COVID?
I hope Pearl Jam brings their tour back. I mean, they were right about to go up into their world tour and it got canceled. So for me, really crossing fingers there. And then I'd mentioned it. I mean, New York, obviously has been hit hard as everybody else has, but I'm excited for the comeback story. And I think GovBall has their 10-year anniversary and I'll be there to celebrate it for sure.
Awesome. Marissa, how about you? What are you most excited for?
Yeah, I think I am extremely excited about what 2020 has ushered in and allowing for, like we talked about throughout this entire conversation, for brands and talent to really have the platform to speak about social issues and charitable causes that maybe they wouldn't have been so outspoken about before. I think that 2020 has opened the floodgates and there's no return back to a normal or what we knew before. So sort of walking back or becoming silent on issues after making statements in 2020, I don't think is possible. And I don't think that's anything that brands and talent want. So thinking about if we're thinking about sports, right, and the NBA and being able to put sort of like Black Lives Matter or sort of important slogans on your jerseys just to speak out and make a statement. I think things like that will continue to happen in all formats and all verticals in the entertainment space. We see Megan Thee Stallion making a amazing kind of statement on Breonna Taylor on SNL, right? I think talent will continue to be outspoken about what they believe in and use all of their platforms to be able to do so. So looking forward for that to that trend continuing in 2021.
That's great. And I'm going to ask you the same follow-up. What artist are you most looking forward to? What concert are you going to see when everything opens back up?
You know what? Actually, I don't know if you guys know the duo Chloe and Halle, but throughout quarantine, their performances have like leveled everything up. The production value has been amazing. I think they started on like a tennis court in their backyard, which is incredible because I've never had a tennis court in my backyard, but they were producing just amazing performances. So I am so intrigued at seeing them live that once that is available, I will be front row.
Great. And Meg, same question to you. What are you excited about, and what concert are you going to see when things open up?
Yeah, so pretty much what Marissa said. I hope that everything that it was considered not normal this year becomes a new normal, and that there is no such thing as a standard, there's no such thing as predictable, and that we continue to be really vigilant and focused on not only doing what's right for the consumer, but doing what's right for society. So couldn't have said it better than what she said. But my first concert, hopefully, will be Lane 8 at the Brooklyn Mirage. And he is just, you know, this nice little DJ. And I say nice little DJ, he's incredible. But his live streams this year have been from his child's playroom, and like he's standing in khakis with like dinosaur toys around him, and I'm like, that's so not of that culture. So I'm very much looking forward to going from seeing him from a playroom to the Brooklyn Mirage and being in a big field with a bunch of people, safely, of course. But yeah,
I love that. And Andrew, since you're on the screen now, we'll hand it back to you. Thank you for having us, but I'll just hand it off and ask you, what concert are you most interested in seeing when everything opens back up?
Oh gosh, all of them. I echo your sentiments that I just miss live music so much. Without being able to think of one off the top of my head, Marissa, I'll just echo your thoughts. I will see you in the front row at Chloe and Halle for sure, singing along to every syllable of Do It.
I love it.
Guys, that was a fantastic kickoff. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. Before I let you go, quick pop quiz. I'm curious, from the music angle, are you guys aware of the 3 genres that will finish the year up in terms of consumption? You mentioned some of them, but I'm curious if that was on your radar.
I would guess Latin music. I would guess family music as one. And I don't know, someone else help me out here.
You're dead on with those 2.
Okay. Oh, you're on mute, Mike.
Oh, you're on mute, Mike, but you definitely have the right answer.
Well, I was just gonna say hip hop because like that's what the youth culture.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Hip hop is still the #1 genre, but its volume consumption is not up year over year, which is fascinating. Country is the 3rd one I was mentioning, because country because it was lagging for so long, it just had more room to grow in terms of streaming adoption. And the fact that we saw country acts become some of the first to do those live streams, whether it's from their kitchen or a more professional stage environment now. Yeah, so they have more room to grow, but yes, hip hop's still huge.
I think that's definitely because Verizon gave Russell Dickerson a new phone. So
that's right. Right. Absolutely, yes. I know the Pay It Forward series played a big role in that as well. Well, again, guys, thank you so much for kicking us off with a great way to plan for the year ahead. And thanks again for being a part of this. All right, so up next, we're going to be hearing from 2 marketers who are also paving the way for how we engage with branded music content and experiences in these highly unusual times of 2020, as well as the year ahead. So please welcome to the stage Shayna Berry. She's the head of music and entertainment in Anheuser-Busch InBev, and her colleague Kesley Watts, the associate creative director at Draftline. This session is going to be moderated by Drew Stein, the founder and CEO of Audigent. So please take it away, Drew, and ladies, welcome to the stage.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hey, long time no see.
Yeah.
We're back for season 2.
I love it. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you for having us. I've got a special new guest with me today, which I'm very excited to introduce, and I'll turn it over to Drew to kick us off.
All right. Hello. It's great to be here. Thank you, Brand Innovators, for putting together a great program today. Thank you to all the attendees out there. So a lot of people signing up for today's panel. I am honored. I am beyond excited to be a part of this next panel moderating with true brand innovators. Some would say they are the dynamic duo of music and influencer marketing today. Together, they have been one of the most influential, creative, and innovative marketing teams, showing industry leadership through just groundbreaking artist and brand partnerships, and specifically creative executions that are truly driving cultural conversations. My name is Drew Stein. Hello, I'm your moderator for this panel. I'm the founder and CEO of Audigent, premier data company for entertainment, sports, and lifestyle, and whose deep global partnerships with Warner Music Group, Universal, make us perfect moderators for the next panel. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Shayna Berry, Head of Music and Entertainment for Anheuser-Busch, and Kesley Watch, Associate Creative Director for Draftline. Let's dive in now. First and foremost, with some simple introduction, please tell us who you are, a little bit about your roles, and most importantly, we want to hear about your amazing creative partnership together, how it began, and how it's evolved.
Amazing. Cass, kick us off.
Man, I feel like I could walk into that intro every day, first off, so thank you. I like to call Shayna my partner. I am the Associate Creative Director for Draftline, which is Anheuser-Busch's in-house agency. I've worked with Shayna on Bud Light for almost 3 years, and now we've expanded the relationship to move more full portfolio, but couldn't think of a better person to help be innovative with and lead the way in terms of creative.
Before I introduce myself again, Drew, you forgot your beanie, man. I mean, we talked about this.
But I got my Bud Light.
All right. Okay. Very, very good. Very good. Product placement at its core. But no, hey, what's up, everyone? I'm so happy to and honored to be back. That really was a truly remarkable introduction, and I recorded it to make sure I could play it when I go from my couch to my chair every morning. But Cass and I are so happy to be here. If any of you were able to catch the September fireside chat, we were talking with Carrie from Public, my partner, on all things Posty and what it means to be relationship driven with talent and brands. And here, I think it's very exciting to talk about really the in-depth conversation about how creative really drives that narrative for us. And of course, we're so happy to have you moderate because, data at the forefront is something that we're always looking into, and we don't really take a step without it at Anheuser-Busch. And I think it's very important to point that out because while we're going to talk a lot about the art and the heart of it today, data and science drives everything that we do at AB, without a doubt. And if not, our legal teams make sure of that. But it's really exciting when we start to marry those things. And for those of you that I haven't met before, thank you so much for joining. It's a pleasure to be able to have these conversations and really, like Kesley and I want to give a little peek behind the curtain today, and sort of chat about things, maybe some like secret sauce, or like things that you didn't know about, and really keep it fresh. And you guys know that we're leaders and innovators, for many decades in music and entertainment. So we wanted to kind of give a little end of year sort of flavor and peek what we've done during quarantine and what we've got coming up ahead in 2021 and beyond.
Amazing. Appreciate the backstory. Certainly really helps set the stage for what we're about to talk about. And yeah, creativity being the ultimate driver here is so important. Part of that is some of the biggest choices you make in terms of how you tap into talent and who you choose. with the talent you work with, frankly, I mean, pretty much everybody knows some of the amazing, from Post Malone and beyond, some of the amazing talent that you are able to bring in to the fold. It's absolutely extraordinary. And I'm sure, frankly, there's some other brands out there that are jealous watching how seamless your team makes it look. Without revealing too much of the secret sauce, I mean, how do you do it? How do you tap into talent so successfully? I know you can't tell us everything, but give us a peek, as you said, behind that curtain. How have you been so successful into tapping into talent?
Yeah, I think, and I'll let Cass speak to this too, but one of the first things that we always love to do when we're signing a new deal, when we're renewing a deal, or when a new cycle is coming up, even for an artist or talent, we really sit down and we love to have the conversation of what can AB do for you that other suppliers couldn't. We know that our contemporaries that we are following like crazy, whether it's Verizon, State Farm, all the work that everyone's doing in the brand partnership space, we like to say, what is it that AB can bring to the table that others truly couldn't? What do we have at our disposal, whether it's our media prowess, our creative prowess, our scale? Those are very important things that we start to think about. And then as Cass kind of dives in on their creative side, they start to open up and have these different types of conversations. Maybe we can speak a little bit to the Posty merch, which was a really fun one.
Yeah, I think Shayna set it up naturally, right? Like, I think the biggest thing, Shayna, I look at as we approach the creative for the artist is, does it feel natural, right? Is it authentic to them? Because the biggest thing that we don't want to do is just logo slap, right? Like, we find ways to like naturally integrate into their lifestyles in a way that makes sense. So it's something that they're already doing. And to Shayna's point, like, that kind of opened up Posty's world as we were developing stuff a few years ago, looking at what would a merch line look for him. Like, how do we kind of combine both the talent and AB, like pulling into our catalogs and making vintage merch exclusive and special for him in a way that felt right? Not something that would just be merch to be merch, but something that's going to make it feel elevated and special to him, and also be apparent for AB too. So I think that's where we find like the magic sauce of meeting between talent, what's good for AB, and the brand that we're associating to the talent, right? Like for Bud Light, for instance, for Posty, I think that's where we start seeing a little bit of the magic come through a bit more.
And maybe talk a little bit about, like, I know part of what makes it so special is you really have that one-to-one relationship with the artist. And that, frankly, is not something you see from other brands. And it's so apparent with your relationships. How does that happen? How do you craft those one-to-one relationships?
I love the question. I think it's, we've talked about this a lot. I've talked about it a lot publicly, and on the heels of what we were just saying, we are brands that people know and love already, for the most part, right? I'd love for us to have the opportunity to talk about some of our innovative brands that are in the pipeline now and big bets. But really, like, when you think of Bud Light, Stella, Ultra, I mean, we've got these powerhouse brands that we don't have to do a lot of education for, right? The occasion for the most part, the passion point association, and the talent that will fit. And all of a sudden, like, our ability to place some bets and think 5-10 years ahead, that's really important to us, because we don't have to think, oh, shoot, what are we doing for the next trimester campaign? I always forget if I can swear or not. The next trimester campaign, or, what we're doing for holiday. It really gives us the ability to think so much further ahead. And pair that with the fact that we're also incredibly nimble. Cass and I were like, one of our favorite meetings of the week is Newsroom. We have our draft line part of our company every Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Like, the whole, like, hundreds of us are dialed in, and we're thinking about what is going on in culture. We do it daily, but also we're thinking about, on a weekly basis, monthly basis, how can we tap into those types of things? So at our scale, I think what we find very incredible is that we're able to think like, holy shit, can we turn an asset around overnight and launch this campaign in the morning because someone tweeted something? That's how Philly happened. That's how the Browns fridge happened. That's how Cannes Lions happened for us. That's how the Nelly campaign happened. Like, it's really remarkable when you think of our scale, the fact that we are able to really dream big and think 5-10 years ahead, 1 year ahead, but also tomorrow morning.
So when you think about that agility and you think about the talent that you're tapping into, like, so when you make that decision, is the decision purely about the artist, or does it also include, given you want to dream big, given that you have such massive scale, is it also about that artist's fan base? Is it also about the audience as well? how close are those decisions? Does that come into play when you're thinking about an artist partnership, about specifically those audiences and those fan bases, and that can help propel that next day story for you, because built into it is like these massive audiences. Maybe share a little bit more about how you think about that and some of those big decisions you make.
I think about Bush Apple
Mm-hmm.
and the launch of that creative, perhaps.
Yeah, Bush Apple is huge. It was tapping into Bush Light, which was launching a new innovation product, and the consumers that we knew that we had and how they respond to things we put into culture. It was something that it went viral. It was purchased up so quickly. It was such an interesting way to see like how consumers react to not only our brand, but want to get behind it and rally behind it and make it louder in culture. And I think that's been the fascinating part with Shayna and I, is like, not only with artists, but outside of that too. Like, how do we create such a wave? Yeah.
Bush Guy has talent in that regard.
Exactly.
And he has his flannel shirt. Like he is now a known character. And I think that's really another thing. Think about the Bud Light kingdom that we developed over the last couple of years, and how many times we've killed off the Bud Night, and who knows, maybe it's going to come back soon. But there's like creating these worlds and these personas. It is not just Posty and Maluma and Priyanka. It is Harvick, right? When we think about the talent, it is Jimmy Butler. It is Bush Guy, right? And our ability to really create these characters and put him on a stage and have him do a reveal of our product as, a la Steve Jobs, and then pair that with Ferris Bueller's Oh Yeah. I mean, we almost got the sync request the immediately following when the campaign ended. Let's renew it. And really just that power of creating like, okay, I can relate to Bush Guy just as much as like that consumer can relate to Bush Guy. And think of the data behind it, right? So you guys are looking at artist data all day, hundreds of thousands of data points. We're doing the same thing with Bush Guy, right? If he puts on a different color flannel shirt, I mean, I don't know, we might lose him. It's like that's his work. That's his uniform. This is our uniform. But it's something that we look really closely at as well. Like that little fine tuning is extremely important for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see how your creative is the glue that connects all of those dots together, right? The artist, the fan, and the brand. It's powerful. And I think that's part of why you demonstrate so much industry leadership. Switching gears a little bit, just talking about how pivotal your brand has been in 2020. 2020 has been a hard year for a lot of people. It's been challenging for every brand marketer, but it's been challenging for the fans and the audiences as well as the artists. Budweiser and your work there truly has been an inspiration for the industry and for everyone. No one moved faster than your team, reacting quickly, pivoting, and putting content out there that made a difference. Tell us a little bit more about Bud's reaction to COVID, how quickly you were able to put together creative programs, how quickly you were able to work with your artists to reach fans.
Let me open it up, but then this one is way more about the creative. The beauty of the two programs that really are holding strong for us that I love to talk about is the Dive Bar Tour, Bud Light Dive Bar Tour, as well as the work that the Michelob Ultra team has done in at-home workouts, right? When we think about these are like no-brainers. Go back, I mean, Dive Bar Tour launched with Gaga 2016. I mean, in Red Hook at this shithole dive bar. I mean, that was where we shot the content. So powerful. Fast forward to what we did with Neva, right? And the YouTube team. It was just really remarkable that like that is our bread and butter that started IRL, but also had a live component, which now we're like, wow, was that like innovative? I don't know. But basically it was the fact that we're going to spend so much money on this talent and bring this experience to so many people, but you can only fit like 100 people in the dive bars that we're going to. So naturally we're like, you guys got to get more scale. So we always had the IRL and IVL, which is now a phrase we're all using. And then coming out of COVID, which is so amazing, is able to come out with this hybrid. Think of the ultra workouts that we're doing. We were at Camelback. We sold 900 tickets. the fact that there are people that are willing to purchase a weekend experience with us is so, so powerful. And the brand, like we're the brands that are there. You guys were talking about what concerts you want to go to when you get back. By the way, my answer is Rage Against the Machine as well. I'm really pissed about I didn't get to go to that. But just from like Cass, I'd love for you to speak from a creative standpoint, the fact that we're able to just take our assets and I mean, again, like Secret Sauce is kind of templatized. Like she and I were like, yeah, we have our midnight standing calls, but we know we're like, okay, we're hitting up Matt Ringo and we're hitting up, Tedder, like all the teams and like, guys, just give us the headshot and we can move. We can have a show tomorrow.
Honestly, I mean, that's kind of the way it's been in COVID. We've been riding the same emotional roller coaster everyone else has and been forecasting for that. Like, what type of entertainment are they looking for? You know, like that's been the biggest part, not only across Bud Light and Ultra, but other brands too, as we've looked at this, is how are we going to impact in a special way that consumers are looking for that, right? I'm a consumer, I'm looking for that. So let me put myself in their shoes and make sure the creative we're making feels right for this, right? I think that's been a big part of creative right now, is that you don't want to be tone deaf. You want to be like sensitive to what you're showing and making sure what you're putting out there is something that people actually want. So things like the Dive Bar Tour Home Edition, Shane and I whipped up in no time, was entertainment for us on the same day it was going live. We had, that was such a fun project to show like how nimble we've been, but also enjoy for us too. Like watching people we've worked with in the past perform small shows in their house with an iPhone.
Yeah, Fletcher was in Bob's garage. It was in her parents' garage.
That's going to be a memory that I'll never forget. Like even as a consumer and as a creative building up to it, it's become very meaningful to make sure we're putting out work that's special and feels creative and doesn't feel like we're just logo slapping. That's a big thing for us, is making sure it feels right.
Yeah, that's great. And certainly when it feels personal and when you can connect with it yourself, when you know it's important to you, just you can imagine how important it feels to so many other people out there. And of course, the success speaks volumes, and what you've been able to achieve there, having certainly one of the #1 US originating live streams throughout this period is a pretty good accomplishment for the team to achieve. Is there any one story? Is there any fan feedback that you got over this period of COVID that really stuck in your mind, where you felt like we really made a difference today? Listen, we're in the business of reaching masses, but sometimes, I just wonder, whether there's that one person that you made a change or a difference, or some of the feedback that you got, and what made that special.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We, again, we love having you moderate this because this really hones in on our data skills and social listening skills. It's kind of like the creep effect, right? We're looking at every single tweet. But in all seriousness, it is when we were doing those early shows and looking at the comments and everyone saying, I have a 5-minute break. It's all first responders. I have a 5-minute break. I have a 10-minute break. And I have the ability to watch this concert, or the nurses and I, we're on shift change. And I mean that, we mean it wholeheartedly. The fact that we're watching that in real time and they're saying we're gathering around our iPhone just to watch this, man, it's so powerful and keeps us going. And it gives us pause to say we sell beer, canned wine, canned cocktails, and sparkling water. And it makes us feel like we are truly having an impact. Not only, that, but just, we raised $500,000 with Red Cross just through the first 14 Dive Bar Tour shows at home, and artists really working with us on saying, you know what, it's more about what can we collectively do? How can I keep my team employed? And this feels so, phase one, when we think back, I'm looking at my window, it's snowing right now. I thought it was just March, 175th day. But the fact that we're really able to make an impact and a continued impact. And those comments, I said, we're gathering around our screen and you guys have done something for us, that we do not take that lightly.
Yeah, I mean, that gave me chills just hearing that story. Frankly, I could imagine what it would be like to just get a stream of those, knowing that you were making a real difference. You were making a moment happen. It's something that you talked about multiple times, and it's really, it's just a different approach. It's a different mindset. I think it's part of why there's been the success there's been. And speaking of success, I think we can kind of turn to the next question. 2020 was a year of incredible merch collaborations for many brands. Having been a part of the media campaign success as Autogent for both McDonald's and Travis Scott at McDonald's and J Balvin, I can tell you firsthand, it's been awesome to see the creativity, how the assets were created, the fan engagement behind it. This is truly one of the hottest brand artist opportunities we see out there right now. And no doubt Budweiser has shown huge leadership. Your team has shown leadership and innovation in this space as a trailblazer with Post Malone and beyond. You kind of tipped the hat a little bit to that before. Tell us about the success of your merch collaborations and specifically the amazing creative approaches that you chose to take that drove that success.
I mean, we alluded to this earlier, right? I think the power of collaboration between Shane and I and figuring out what's going to feel the best for the artist has been one of the most satisfying feelings I think you can have as a creative, right? Like to be able to make something that I've seen Maluma wearing without any request, just naturally in his everyday life. I think that speaks wonders, right? Like we worked really hard to make something that felt very, very special to Maluma this summer. I worked alongside Shayna that would elevate Maluma, make it special for him with his new album release, and also help bring out Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, which is where we tied that to. And where do you make those worlds meet? Same way I was kind of talking about with Post Malone and Bud Light and how that feels like a natural fit. It was the same thing with Maluma. Like it was all based around Miami and how do you bring in a lot of the organic feeling, make really interesting and special stuff for him and release it in an interesting way, right? We did a live stream with his new album and then dropped it within the actual live stream.
Pull back the curtain a little bit. I mean, bring us into the meeting. Like I know everyone wants to like know what that's like to be in the meeting when you're first presenting a merch idea to an artist and gauging their reaction to it and kind of diving into that collaboration. I think we all dream about being in meetings like that. Like,
oh my gosh, join us.
Give us a little bit of insight. Like, how do those meetings go? How do you prepare for those meetings? Like, when you're first presenting that merch idea, or, is it like when bring us into the aha moment?
Oh man, there's so many. Okay, Cass and I have this obsession with Maluma and his palm trees and that vibe and the Miami vibe. And his team said, we want to be Miami roof, like Papi Juancho. Like if you guys can nail this Papi Juancho moment, like let's do the album together. Let's release the merch together. Let's do it in 3 chapters. Let's do it, waterside. Let's do it incredibly COVID safe, obviously, which is a whole other conversation. But it is literally collaborating with Clara, his team, Miguel, like the entire team. And Tess and I happen to know this incredible photographer. His name's Will Nichols. Will Nichols started photographing the NBA, but now he's really known. He's at Will Nichols. Shout out to Will. He takes the most incredible shots of sunset palm trees. And we said, okay, we want to, as creatives ourselves, we want to employ our friends. We know that people are having challenging times. We said, we would love to have Will on board, and immediately he was up, and it was a photo licensing moment, and the actual creative cut and sews that we did with Evan Blair over at The Bright Pursuit, those are cut and sew pieces. So like we are cut at printing and cutting our fabrics and custom. You guys always see him in these matching 2 sets. Like we need to make sure that we are living up to that. We can't just like drop a t-shirt. Of course, we had like the cozy, like I'm wearing the shorts right now, the tie-dye, like those shorts are amazing. I can see why he wears them all the time now. But we wanted to make sure we were elevating it. And I think that's super important. It's something I'll come back to, but the fact that we were able to make a cut and sew premium option for consumers, leverage photography from our friends that we know are at the heart and soul and kind of rise up the creative industry in that regard, hopefully, and show that there's opportunities for other creatives, that we want to purchase your photo, that we want you to be a part of this journey with us. And then as Cass was saying, all of a sudden, he's traveling, to VMAs, et cetera, and he's in our merch. We didn't ask for any of that. Those are such special sweet spot moments that we're like, man, there's the deal, and there's really just that bread and butter of it where you realize like, all right, we're doing something incredible together. So that was kind of the peek behind the curtain. So
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, we certainly see the financial success of these merch campaigns because I mean, the number of units that get sold, it's unbelievable. Even on small media dollars, drive millions and millions of dollars of sales.
With the McDonald's employee shirts going with Travis going on resale. I mean, that's our dream, right? Like we had empty cans of Posty Bud Light, empty cans, 12 of them, $275. Who bought that? I would like to have a conversation with them.
I can tell you, we have the exact numbers, and we it's unbelievable. It's millions of dollars worth. The ROAS on that campaign was 50x. I mean, one of the most successful media campaigns of 2020 for sure. But I mean, it was started with this great creative spark, this great creative idea, and amazing creative execution, and then boom, the fans just loved it. It was like, again, it goes back to like how that creative becomes the glue between the brand and the fan, and ultimately, the artist. And that's just amazing when you can see that work out so well for everyone involved. It's truly virtuous.
Yeah, it really is. And for us, just to build upon that, what we were saying, and Cass and I talk about this all the time, and our creative teams talk about, and with brand teams. And again, as the leaders, we feel we've got so much pressure on our shoulders to be like, you got to keep driving forward. You have to dream even bigger, and you have to bring the industry forward. And no one's like asking us to do it, but we've got this precedent, right? When we have the ability to be in Vogue 3 times, Vogue. I mean, Liana. Wow, that's really incredible. And we do not take that lightly. The fact we have our beer brands in one of the most prestigious fashion outlets in the world is remarkable. And so as we think about that, it's like, okay, how do we continue to push the merch game forward, but at the same time, be very conscious of the fact that everyone is looking at every single dollar spent. So that's twofold for us, right? So we're thinking, how do we provide something that is meaningful to the consumer, that makes them really attribute and love our brand because we put it out together, but also recognize the fact that, man, I want to make sure that I'm not dropping, there are some of us that will spend the money on the hoodie, right? But we want to make a point to say that we're very conscious that beer is for everyone. Hard seltzer is for everyone. Our canned cocktails for everyone. Babe is for everyone, certainly. And so those types of things, like we have all of those things in mind as we're making them. And I think, again, like Kevin and I wanted to make a point to really emphasize the fact that we're conscious of the economics that go into it at all. Because at the end of the day, we do all these things to build brand love. We think of kind of financial second, at least on our side. It's really, if we're putting this out, why do you love our brand more? Why do you associate us with an incredible memory?
Well, what's amazing, for me to see or hear when we talk about it, you are really the first team to talk about it. I mean, really just transcend the products themselves and talk about driving true cultural conversation. Maybe that's part of maybe the next question, and that is unique. Most people thinking product first. You clearly don't. I mean, you are thinking about something far bigger and just going far beyond that. It's bigger, and it's about moments or cultural conversation. And that really struck me in our conversation, prior to this. I can't think of a time where Anheuser-Busch was not at the forefront of important cultural conversations. And, part of why I think your ethos individually and both as a company has made it just be so effective in terms of how you connect with the audiences. Maybe talk or share a little bit more insight about the importance of how you connect with your audiences and how you prioritize that.
I'll start because I think this is a big part of what we do in creative, right? I think Shayna alluded to this. We have a newsroom. We're constantly watching to see what's happening in culture. Where does it make sense to latch onto it and start pushing it? I think we find with every brand, there's a bit of a place to play. So we're not all hopping onto the same thing. But I mean, think about when we launched with Area 51 and how big that got.
That was crazy.
Yeah. It's coming back in Toy Toy. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, moments like
Monolith.
The Monolith, the new Area 51 for sure for us. It's just interesting because those are things that we move quite quickly on, and we're always watching, like, how do we play in the space that's not going to be speaking at consumers, but it's creating these moments or amplifying these moments that are special that people can remember in the future.
Do you think when you create part of creating that moments, do you think that helps you maybe go a little bit deeper? Talk a little bit about that kind of not just those global moments or the national moments, but kind of going hyper local and kind of creating moments that are more specific to those individual places or products or people.
I mean, put a finger down if you would have put a bet on Nelly coming in third on Dancing with the Stars. I mean, he crushed it. Nelly is going to crush it.
Swivel hips.
He's got some moves. I found out in the meet and greet he's a big bowler. So there's a little fun fact. He had a big moment where our procurement team challenged him to a bowling match. I don't know what that is, but it was a very unique meet and greet, I will say. And all meet and greets are conducted via Zoom. So we kind of like eavesdrop in on them and make sure it goes smoothly. And that was fantastic. Shout out to Luke. But that one's really important for us with Budweiser. Okay, so when you think of the work that we started off with, Budweiser we are Bud. We are Anheuser-Busch. We are Budweiser. And when you think of that heritage brand, like you think of St. Louis, right? So the Nelly campaign was just like, absolutely, this is happening. Been a friend of ours for 2 decades. And so we had the Big Boy can, we had the Big Sean can, which was really remarkable, dropping with Detroit too, incredibly successful, and just also a longtime friend of the brand. And we started to see, we're like, okay, how can we start to impact one-to-one? Again, going back to that notion of the fact that we are this beast of a supplier, we're the largest beer supplier in the world, but how do we talk one-to-one? And how do we do that? We go into the market. We make cans specific for that market, and we speak to them. And we make events out of them. We celebrate them. We celebrated the anniversary of Country Grammar. We celebrated the drop of Detroit 2. And we have so many incredible ones coming up in 2021, which we're so excited to work on. But that's really the spirit of it, is taking that Hallmark brand and bringing it all the way down where I can go across the street to my corner store and I can buy, the next, I almost said the next one, I won't, the next one in 2020 that will be dropping in Q2, and hopefully another one, so spring and fall. We've got this momentum going. That's really exciting. But power that with the fact that a new album, a celebration of something happening, someone being on Dancing with the Stars, like, is Dancing with the Stars the new playbook? I'm really not sure I can control that. But those are very remarkable things when we think about Bud, like, the proliferation of SKUs. Even when you look at the entire Anheuser-Busch portfolio, there's just dozens and dozens and dozens of options. Multiply that by the fact of how many other suppliers there are, and you go to your local store and you're like, wow, why are you going to choose that heritage brand? If you have a connection to it, you're going to pull that Nelly can down.
Yep.
Want to have a can. And that's really the biggest thing for us, that, and then you combine that with creative and the Bud team saying, yeah, you can alter the crest. Yeah, you can put the lyrics in there. And Kes, they're working on some of the creative now that we're even further evolving it, which was like, wow, you don't expect that from heritage brands. Where they're like, this is the bow tie, and that's the bow tie, and you can't touch the bow tie. We're like, here's the layered files.
And that's where I work with Shayna, right? I can plant these Easter eggs in the design, like same way we did with Posty. It's like, what's something that's going to feel fun for the audience that loves Nelly, that they're going to see this and be like, oh, they knew Nelly, and launching it in a local way so it speaks more to the community and not at them. Like, all those are really important things for us creatively as we look to launch in local areas, and creating the overall, like, the packaging design, all of the creative work that goes into it. It's always us looking at ways to, like, get the consumer to say, oh, they know what they're doing. I see you. We want that I see you moment, plant these special moments in places people don't expect at all.
Yeah, I love those responses. And for us at Autogen, when we think the concept of, especially in a digital world, of hyperlocal has changed, and to be able to create product.
Yeah, you're powering it.
Yeah, specifically put it in front of those fans and in front of those audiences that we know are going to appreciate it. Those hyper local audiences now are not just physical locations, but they've really now become digital groups of fan bases, and how you tap into those, how you dynamically create something for those audiences and deliver it effectively has never been more exciting. So I really that your answers really just resonate with me, and I think it's part of what makes whatever the future is so exciting about some of these activations. So in thinking about measuring success and driving engagement, live stream 2020 has been the year for live stream for sure. Yeah, it is just taken off, of course, making sure that fans are safe. First and foremost, so important. But of course, because of COVID and live touring being put on hold, I also want to go see Rage Against the Machine.
All right, Drew.
For sure.
I didn't expect that.
I will. I will say that it's really changed. It's really changed the game. We've had to evolve as marketers. We've had to think about how to reach audiences and bring them to live streams, but also how to measure success and measure and think about how we drive engagement. Maybe share a little bit about how the live streaming game has pushed you to evolve and think about that in new ways.
Yeah, that's peek behind the curtain. This is a hot topic for us. It's an uncomfortable one, but it's a good one that we're excited to talk about, because first of all, we're, as a global company, we're not only in competition with all their brands that are in the US, we're in competition with one another for doing live streams, and then with our global brands that exist. So Brahma, which is part of our global portfolio, had an incredible success early on, and multiple hour live stream. And everyone's like, concurrence. How many eyeballs can we get? Because literally, we've been sitting in this location for a month, and you're literally not going anywhere. So concurrence were the name of the game. That was our currency. And then Cass, myself, the production team with Ronnie and everyone, Spencer, we're trying very hard to push the needle forward and say, okay, it's not only concurrence, but it's also VOD. And VOD has been something that's incredibly important to us, because as you evolve from appointment viewing to I'm going to watch this on my own time, right? As quarantines are lifted, like we feel very happy that we were able to start to move the pendulum as sort of quarantine is happening and not happening. So concurrence was the name of our game. That was our phase one. Then we're like concurrence plus VOD. And again, peek behind the curtains is, okay, let's make sure we have enough financials to support this for a week, for a month, right? Because we start educating the teams on, we got to make sure we can support that VOD and the license for that. Now, fast forward months, years, I don't know how long it's been, but now we're like, all right, we want view time. We're starting to compare this, and we're starting to look at this. Okay, we're known for putting out 15, 30, 60-second, 90-second spots. When you start to compare that to concurrent people watching and their view time, we've got people watching for 15, 20, 30 minutes. How many ad spots is that? Oh, wow. Our ROI starts to go through the roof, because you're tuned into something that we produce it's an advertising mechanism, but it's not fully, it's branded, but it's tasteful, as Cass was saying. It is not a logo stop. So that's kind of the shift in mentality at AB is, we're going to ask the artists, the integrations are extremely important in an authentic way. Yeah, we're going to have our logo bug on there. Yeah, we want you to do the toast and have product in hand. But that view time is super important. So how we start thinking about that, and, maybe a little tease to the future with something we're going to announce soon, for end of year. That's something that we're very, very conscious of. So it's really view time for us. And then let's get people RSVP. The fact is, let's get that CRM engine going, right? We've got e-commerce, which is a huge focus for us. And so to be able to retarget and look at the data and work with friends like you and say, okay, how can we talk to them about, all right, we know that you clicked on this ad mat, or we know that you RSVP'd. How do we start kind of talking to them again and saying, oh, we know you're going to stock up? Because, whether New Year's Eve really is a stock up occasion, finally we're like, all right, we know everyone's going to try to be safe. How do we kind of get into the home and again, provide something with that real long view time opportunity?
Yeah, it's amazing. When you think about that, with a concert, it's kind of harder to continue that brand conversation, a traditional concert. But with that live stream, there's so many opportunities to reach back to those same audiences
Exactly.
and continue the brand conversation. And of course, that's something we think about all day long for our brand partners. But that is something really special. Not everything has been challenging. I mean, of course, we all want to go to concerts. We get that, but there have been some silver linings in the growth of live stream and the ability to really help brands and fans connect.
Yes,
longer term.
sequencing is so critical for us, and anything that that next level of, I'm not just going to serve you the ad. I'm going to be aware of the fact that we've served it to you before. You're aware of the concert. You RSVP'd. Maybe then you want to sign up for the meet and greet. Maybe then you want to get the autograph merch. That's really that path and decision tree that like we're triggering on our media side. That is in its entire other engine with Christy and Brian and that whole team. It's remarkable. This is the language that Drew and Cass, like, we speak together, right? Is how do we start talking to them of, okay, you've already seen this creative. How do we tweak that next creative? Because we know you already saw the thing. We know you're already RSVP'd. What do we want to trigger? Maybe we want to trigger an e-commerce. Maybe we want to trigger you to stock up. Maybe we want to trigger a VOD after the fact. So the decision trees, we say it's a Gantt chart that's like falling off of the frame, we say frame, but it's like falling off of our screens of, I can't even keep track of it, so that we leave that to Christy and the experts in that regard. But it's very cool when you really, really start seeing that art and science really come together.
And I think you've seen us evolve too, right? Look at Home Edition where we started there, and now like looking back at Maluma, like we had audience engaging with us the entire time, requesting what song goes next, right? Same thing with Bud Light. It's like, and that has been a lot of the background work that Shane and I work with not only with AB as like a whole, what's the full consumer journey that's going to be, but making sure the artist is along the way. Like, where did they, like, we impact some of the run of shows sometimes. Like we're thinking consumer first and where would be interesting for them to live. And that's been a lot of what Shayna and I have done, is like evolve from early COVID Home Edition. Oh my gosh. To here where.
Yeah, we remember when at the One Republic show, we got a call from the VP and said, "Why is the logo backwards? Why is the neon backwards?" And we were like, "Oh my gosh, it really is." And then we were like, "It's a front-facing camera. That's why." Because they're going live on their he was on live on his Instagram, and he was live on his laptop. And we're like, "Wow, on one of those frames, it is backwards." And lo and behold, after we got that call, getting yelled at for that, we were like, "All right, we need to make some reverse neons." But from a business perspective, fast forward. Our relationship with Bon Viv Spike Seltzer and Priyanka, our innovation team, our packaging and supply team, Craig, Rob, if you're listening, I mean, remarkable. We printed reverse labels. Yeah, shout out to the supply team. I mean, those are our biggest friends. Supply, procurement, packaging. It's incredible. They're like, "Oh, no problem." And they did a reverse one. So as we're doing live streams with Priyanka and we're celebrating women around the world and donating to their causes and celebrating those women, we still have the brand that's not reversed.
Yeah.
So
I'll say something.
Those little details are like, is so important.
Huge.
And I never want to get that call again, getting yelled at. Why is my neon backwards? Make me some reverse neons.
That's super interesting. And one of the things that when you're just talking about in that answer, it's just so apparent that your level of commitment to the artist is just at the forefront of every decision that you make. For us, having started our company specifically to open up new revenue streams for artists and labels and content creators and have them be a part of the media conversation, that's so meaningful. I mean, your support for artists, supporting arts the way you do as a company, it's not just paying lip service. You can see in your thinking and your execution how you put the artist first, the importance of it. Your team's doing amazing work together, obviously, and setting that standard, but I think that's part of why. Maybe share a little bit more about your commitment to the arts, why it's important to you personally, why it's important to Anheuser-Busch and the industry at large.
I mean, I think it's because we know who we are, right? Like Shane and I talk about this all the time. She spoke about Will earlier. It's giving opportunities where we know it's needed, right? Like even beyond just working with artists, this is something that we look at daily. Like, how do we give opportunities to up and coming artists, knowing what Budweiser does, knowing what Stella looks like on your resume? Like, those are so important to give those types of chances, because we have so many opportunities to do that within arts and other places. I think that's where we find that level of authenticity growing even further, right? Like, where we can develop a stronger network. Like, Will was huge for us, and he helped me create an entire like suite of visuals for Maluma, and that is so important, is to give opportunities back to creative and develop that relationship. Then that's huge for us, you know.
I love that answer. So I know we're running out of a little bit of time. God, that goes fast, but just switching gears a little bit about some of the new big brand bets that you're making. There have been some questions, so I want to at least take one question from the audience about some of the new brand platforms that you have coming in 2021, or new acquisitions, some of the smaller brands. Maybe share some examples, switching gears, answering one of those audience questions. Thank you very much for sharing that. About how you tap into artist partnerships and how you think about branding for some of those newer acquisitions or new products.
Rock, paper, scissors. I mean, let's see. I think, two that are on the forefront of our minds and really, really exciting. So, prior to joining AD 6 years ago, I was in the spirits world. But what's very remarkable is the AVs. We've always been very agile, and we've always been consumer first. And I think that goes to show putting our money where our mouth is with those types of acquisitions. So, think of Babe. Think of Cutwater. Cutwater is something that you guys, if you, I wish I had it on my display back here, but I've got some Bud Light innovation back there. But Cutwater canned cocktails. I mean, I love telling this story of Yusuf, where he and his partner, they were mariners. They loved fishing. They actually happened to found this award-winning, I think it was over 900 spirits awards. And they're like, but shoot, we can't take the glass out on the boat. And we really love cocktails. So let's can the cocktails. And so that sort of resurgence of that is very important to us, especially when you think of the occasion-based marketing that we do. The fact that we want to make sure that people can have remarkable cocktails, whether it's Cutwater or DrinkWorks, which is our partnership with Keurig. We want to make sure that people are having fantastic cocktails at home as well. So when you think of the AV at large, also think of us as ready-to-drink spirits. Also think of us as ready-to-drink canned wine. As well as highball sparkling water. Like we put our money where our mouth is, and I think it really goes to show when we have acquisitions like that with teams that are ready to go. Expect more marketing from us and more earned campaigns with Cutwater and Babe and those partners in 2021.
Do you think about artist pairings? A question from the audience. A little bit in a different way for the smaller brands, or for?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, because to your point earlier, the bigger brands, they're already famous. We already have the awareness and the education. These ones, it's interesting to think about. Okay, what is a big artist? When we think about, look at with Brie Larson. I heard the panel before. I was talking about Brie. I was talking to the strategist, and she's like, "I love highball." We're like, "Holy wow, let's talk to Troy," and let's open up those conversations. And now it's just doors open, and those are the types of things Cass and I like to do. Is like, let's just have those first conversations. Let's see what they love. And kind of circling back to what we were saying before is, what is it that AB is doing for you that others really can't?
That's great. Andrew, do we have time for a little more?
Yeah, well, actually, I had one quick question for you ladies, because as your boss, Marcel Marcondes, just told me recently for our CMO of the Week series, Super Bowl planning cycles are tighter than ever, given the ever-shifting tone. So I'm curious, where are you guys now, whether it's from a talent perspective for your spots, or especially the presumably virtual events that you guys will now be doing, where you've historically done it with Bud Light Hotel and other activations?
Got scripts on scripts.
I was going to say, Shannon, you go first.
I mean, I think what's sad, just for us and everyone. I know, I'm sure those that are tuned in, there are some of you that were involved in Super Bowl Music Fest. That was one of our biggest initiatives for the last 2 years. Our challenge was, you already sponsor Super Bowl, you have the exclusivity and the television. Do more. And we're like, okay. But challenge accepted. And we created Super Bowl Music Fest, a 3-night, we looked at just data of saying, okay, hotels are saying you have to book at least 3 nights. And we said, let's put something in entertainment together for 3 nights. And so not having that has really put a huge, huge emphasis, even more so than ever in the last, couple of decades on our scripts. So we're very excited. I will say, let's say from a Bud Light perspective, I think it is going to be a legendary year. I'll leave it at that.
I like
With
it.
that.
Awesome. Well, clearly we'll have to have you back in Q1.
Yes, season 3.
Drew, was there one more quick audience question you wanted to throw to the ladies before we introduce the next session?
Well, I would just, are there any interesting New Year's plans you have as we come to the end of 2020 and we're about to get to 2021? Anything happening that you want to share, and what excites you most about 2021 and the year ahead?
I think you'll find that Shane and I are brewing up something special for New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll all stay tuned to see what happens with Budweiser and New Year's Eve.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Drew, for that fantastic session. We're going to pivot now from 2 pioneers of the brand and artist partnership model to 2 pioneers of the brand and music licensing model. For our next session, I'm pleased to introduce Ronan O'Mahony, the Senior Director of Brand and Advertising at T-Mobile, and Aaron Mercer, the EVP and partner, exclusive insights into the music of T-Mobile's commercial campaigns in this next session, moderated by Anas Ghazi, Chief Strategy Officer at Stagwell Group. Gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for that introduction, Andrew. I'm thrilled to be able to have this conversation today with Aaron and Ronan. I actually had this entire introduction set up, but I'm just going to jump into a springboard from what Shayna spoke about just before. She mentioned Priyanka Chopra, and there was talk about NFL. And as we think about music and brands, what most people realize before Priyanka Chopra became known for Quantico, she actually came to the US and sang the soundtrack for the NFL for In Your City, or In My City. And I think what we're seeing from that very piece is that bringing in a global entity to speak to American football, ultimately, that was trying to find a place around the world. There was games happening in Wembley. They were looking to get this international presence. Speaks a lot to the role of music and the role of celebrity ultimately as well, where we're trying to attract audiences. So I'm thrilled today that Ronan and Aaron, I get to have this conversation with you folks as we speak about the work that you collaboratively have done for T-Mobile with the role that music has when you're trying to create moments across time that goes beyond the initial product experience. So with that, I'm Anas Ghazi, the Chief Strategy Officer over at Stagwell Group, a digital-first marketing and communications firm. Aaron and Ronan, if you could give us a little introduction to yourselves, what you do and how you got there, that would be brilliant.
Sure, I'll jump in. Ronan O'Mahony, I oversee advertising for T-Mobile, so my team manages development of all TV, radio, digital, sponsorship, creative, out-of-home, etc. I've been on the ad team there for 8 years. Rhapsody, the digital music service, which is now Napster, has that name. Before that, a couple of tours of duty. Yes, it's always fun to throw that one up there. Before that, I did a couple of tours on the agency side, strategy and development.
Sure. And I'm Aaron Mercer. I run the music supervision department at Premiere. Prior to that, co-founded a firm with my business partner Rob Kaplan called Will and Tusk that operated as music supervisors for brands as well, advising on song choice, licensing, artist partnerships, those sorts of things. And then I've been in Nashville ever since graduated college. Prior to Will and Tusk and Premiere, I ran the licensing department at the largest music publisher in the world called Sony ATV, and had a stint at the performing rights organization BMI prior to that. Brilliant. So you folks have actually worked together quite closely and created some magic together. So I'd love to hear from also the people. Can you tell us a little bit about how T-Mobile music and what together?
I'll jump in on that. And we basically use Premiere for all of the licensing and sync work. Ever since I've been at T-Mobile, and I partnership with our vendors before I was there as well. And as I got to know the team, we realized there's a ton of work actually that I did in my previous lives at Rhapsody that they worked on as well. As a matter of fact, the first TV commercial I ever worked on with an artist, which had Thurb in it way back when, they worked on it. I learned that recently. But we've probably done hundreds and hundreds of scenes, small to really big and rare. But at first, all of the work with them is going through our agent, like many vendor relationships. But I think I learned the team. We did a spot a number of years ago with Ariana Grande, and I on how was that track performing on the prior or post us putting it in the spot. Talk to them. The amount of expertise, data, firsthand experience that they have that's available at our fingertips. It can't be underscored. It was so helpful in having just my leadership and with our teams as well. So from then on, we've basically just started working directly together, and even if they're working kind of in the trenches with agencies of ours on the side, or I'm texting them on the side. So it's kind of a constant back and forth on ideas. And I tend to think of them more as sort of an integral part of the creative and strategy team. Working with them and just flipping around ideas, the better the product will be.
Yeah, so that's really it, right? Being an integral part of that team is the big value that we have here, because we work across, as Ronan said, kind of all of the T-Mobile work, regardless of agency, whether it's created in their internal content studio or anything like that. We take kind of an always-on approach to it, and so even when there's not a project directly in front of us, we're always thinking about what would be a good fit, what makes sense, what's something we might bring to their attention. Keeping a constant resource, working with our vendors to say, hey, you guys know who we are, you know what we do. Let's talk about the next 3 months, 6 months for T-Mobile going forward. What are the things we need to be aware of? And also, from a business perspective, having visibility into what sorts of license deals are being made, what sorts of partnerships are being made with artists allows us to really be sure we're, bringing T-Mobile the best opportunities and managing the business side of it as tightly as we can.
So you said this piece of always on, and this idea of being continuous, I think, has probably been quite integral to T-Mobile. So I mean, especially over the last couple of years, Ronan. So what I'd love to hear from you is, what has T-Mobile's journey been like over the last couple of years as you've gone from being the number 2 mobile carrier or the number 4 mobile carrier to being the number 2? And how has that impacted your music choices? And how has this idea of being always on played into that? Because you've had to iterate and you've had to pivot.
For sure, yeah. It's the journey has definitely followed, and we've kind of changed and pivoted as that growth has happened. I was lucky to join T-Mobile sort of right at the beginning of what we call the Un-carrier strategy. We stick of our growth took off about it, and that whole business strategy with for customers. But that remit made the approach to our music super simple. Like the brief was basically rebellious, loud, irreverent, in your face, energetic. And it didn't have to be from any specific genre, which was great as long as it met that energy in that brief. And because we embraced being the challenger spirit, forging our own way, we wanted the music to follow that we used across all our marketing. We wanted songs that, from current artists, not mainstream popular yet, but really things that might be on the verge of breaking, at least hadn't ever been used by bigger brands. Again, living in our own space, that territory. As we then moved on through different campaigns, expanded our audience, we've gone to a much more broader, I would say, probably populist approach. Certainly more iconic, more well-known tracks have come into play. Freedom by George Michael last year, or right. The work we have on air right now with I Want It All by Queen. It doesn't always have to be the most well-known song in the world. As a matter of fact, sometimes it might just be something that owns a place in maybe a cultural idea. The Anthony Anderson work that we did, the song Tell Mama, Etta James, it's an old song, and it's just so perfect for the work. Previously, we probably it just wasn't a current thing and it wasn't sort of on its way up. But now we're to those sorts of ideas, as long as they're serving the creative. And at the end of the day, if the track serves the creative, we'll always follow that.
Perfect. So it sounds like there's been this iterative approach from being this challenger brand to taking on indie music to your face, to being really in your face, and having that full creative license. And then as you've continued to move up to number 2, it's still having that creative license, but now it's taking on some of these tracks that are more popular in music tone, if you will. So
and maybe own a space in, certainly, a big iconic song, people have associated with that already. And so, if you can tap into what that is and bring that to your brand and use some equity off that, it's going to help push the message in that particular piece of creative.
Brilliant. And that makes complete sense. And I think for both of you, I mean, as working with a brand, and also for you, Aaron, you've worked with a variety of different brands. Over the course of the last, I'd say, 18, 24 months, what role do you believe that music is playing in helping a brand connect with an audience? Because that's the intangible, right? If you look at MasterCard, they're all about sensory marketing now because sound is so big. So what do you think that role is for that connection?
Sure. I think it's kind of crystallized in the last, 9 months, right? Since February, March. And the role of music it's always been this, but I think it's become more clear than ever that it is this over this part of time where we've been, the whole idea of being separate but together, as we've been isolated to relative degrees in our own spaces. Because music is such an emotional lift, emotional part of any piece of content, whether it's a movie, a TV show, an ad, whatever it is, the music is the best thing the music can do is amplify the emotion that the storytellers are going for. So with an ad, it's the same thing. When we look at something over the last 9 months, when you think about putting out, as T-Mobile does, a whole bunch of broadcast work where it's very easy to think, hey, this is going out to millions of people, and to sort of lose it when it gets written large like that. What the music does for us and how we try to approach the thinking behind the music is, rather than talking to millions of people, we're talking to millions of audiences of one. So how does that music take one person and allow them to either connect more deeply with the brand, to allow them to feel seen, to be heard by a brand acknowledging an artist, a style, a song that they're familiar with, or to allow, in the best case scenario, we think, and where a lot of the value of a brand engaging with music is to have that brand get the reflected glory of helping that audience of one, those million audiences of one, find their new favorite song, new favorite artist for the first time.
I'll say to that, I love that. And on a deeper level, and sort of as body of work, the music you use, the artists that you choose to work with, can be a very values, whether intended or not. So when you put it at that level, it should be guarded fairly closely. You can never understate the connection that people feel with the artists they love, and so to align with those values, if done right, that's a quick way to win hearts and minds. And we look at, again, as sort of a body of work, and over the time that we've been working on the brand, as an extension of our voice and our vibe. We see it as just part of the brand, as the imagery we use, the colors, the language that we use, and the creative in the work itself. But it's a you bring into your creative, becomes part of your brand guidelines almost. And just given the ability for music to move people in far more powerful ways, and as Aaron is saying, even now, that might be more underscored than ever. As a part of creative, that right approach can be extremely effective.
So it's interesting because there's this resonant theme, right? And Aaron, I'm going to have to use this as a hashtag. You've got millions of audiences of one, and I completely believe in that. And I think, as T-Mobile's audience continues to grow as a brand, right? You've got all sorts of people. You've grown it in terms of your number of subscribers and so forth. What types of tools, or what's the strategy for T-Mobile to continue to engage micro communities, right? So, I think in the previous session, they were talking about Milana, who's a big artist who's global. Is there going to be this continued trend to engaging with people of different ethnic backgrounds? Are we going to start to see Indian cinema type songs come in, or beats that are coming in from Asia, from Arabia, from Africa? What does that look like for T-Mobile as you continue to engage your audiences, these millions of audiences of one, to make them feel connected to the brand through music?
Yeah, well, I'll agree with you. I'll steal that as a hashtag and start using that at work as well. I'm going to sound super smart when I start saying millions of audiences of one.
That's it.
thinking about our growth as we expand into audiences in areas that maybe we haven't been in the past, and literally talking about the footprint of the brand and our service is now working in places where it hasn't been before. Our retail footprint is going to places where it hasn't been before. We do certainly have to think about how are we reaching those audiences of one, frankly, how are we reaching an audience that may never us and they might think of us as primarily a more youthful brand, a more urban brand. So we've had to think about ways that we can meet that audience more on a one-to-one level and in a more relevant manner. But to us, the sweet spot is always just remaining authentic to who we are as a brand. So to that end, we might not say, oh, hey, going into small town rural America, we better start using country.
Right.
At the end of the day, if you start to dig into the data, and we talk about this a lot with Aaron and the team, top 40 is top 40 all over by
right.
The mainstream that is happening everywhere, and hip hop and Latin country are but finding the right things to bring to those audiences is where our sweet spot is. So if we are going to go into country, maybe it's an artist more like a Kane Brown than a more traditional country artist or something. So that sort of bring our brand to that thing and vice versa, and make sure that it still feels authentic to us, and we're delivering on an experience that feels like we have a license to go to do that and not feel like we're pandering. To your question about as sort of the palette of music broadens and you have for global, I love all of that. Again, it's interesting because those things are actually coming so into mainstream that it is driving a lot of that culture. But as we've gone through the merger with Sprint, we've expanded the size of the Hispanic audience base that we have. We already had a huge base with Hispanic in just T-Mobile before. Now that we have Sprint in the family, we have doubled that effectively. And that's a massive part of the business, but it's a massive part of our creative ecosystem. We're always thinking about whether it's from a total market approach or for Spanish language. We certainly go deep into trying to find Spanish language and bring that across the landscape of the work we do. We did a lot of work with J Balvin in the past, both for general market and for Hispanic, and it's successful for us as well. On the Metro by T-Mobile brand, which is our prepaid offering, we're always looking for kind of the up and coming artists that are more kind of worldly and cultural. That's such a diverse. We want.
I think
reflect our perspective.
So I'm super excited for that because I'd love for you, like, if ever I get a ringtone or some kind of commercial from T-Mobile with A.R. Rahman, I would be floored, but I would love it because I think to what Aaron was saying, having that representation piece, it's definitely a piece of connection. And I think that really goes into like my next question, where there's a lot of thought that goes behind selecting a music track to really complement the creative. And Aaron, as a person who's seen it all ultimately and working with one of the biggest brands globally, what would you say, what is that decisioning process? Because there has to be quant and qual involved in that piece of selecting a track that really works, that's going to encapsulate the moment and ultimately enrich the customer memory of that brand.
Yeah, I mean, it's still largely an art. I mean, if we're dividing quant and qual,
I love that. That's good.
It's probably 90-10 qual to quant, I mean, maybe 92-8. It's as it should be. As it should be. It's music and it's art and it's somebody's art, right? And you don't ever want to distill what somebody has put blood, sweat, and tears into creating this piece of music into something that is purely data driven. Where we'll use the data is when we're talking to Ronan or talking to one of our other clients, and we're trying to, if we're down to say 2 or 3 options, 4 or 5 options that are all working well creatively and doing what they need to do to service the picture and to service the message, then we'll go in and say, okay, let's talk about these artists a little bit. Who fits the best with the brand? Are there opportunities with this artist to do something outside of this just song in the sand? An opportunity to create something broader. How can we work with this artist to leverage their social media, whether they've got 5,000 followers or 500,000 followers? That's where the quant comes in, is when we're looking at, when our strategy team is looking at the cultural analysis of the artist and to see how they dovetail with the brand and make sure, as Ronan was saying earlier, does this match with what the brand platform and the brand message is trying to be overall and what they're trying to put out in the community. But beyond that, I mean, really the very first and always most important filter is, does this song serve the creative? Does this, again, whether it's a Wes Anderson movie or, a Shonda Rhimes TV show or a T-Mobile commercial or whatever, this song has to do what it needs to do for, the message that this piece of communication is trying to get across, to amplify it as best it can.
So is the rule the same for I'm sorry, go ahead, Ronan.
Well, I was going to say, I'll second that. I mean, at the end of the day, we can look at all that data, explore the different ways to sort of map cleanly to a demographic and an audience, but it does just come down to the creative, and there's been plenty of broader fan base. If you go with this one, they have a huge social, and there's much bigger reach on it. But we might listen to a different song that might be slightly off the brief and go, God damn it, that just, and it elevates the idea to a different place, and we'll probably always follow that idea.
So the gut instinct, so that it's that emotional compulsion is still what's ruling the decision making. So let me ask you this though: is it the same between a song, like where you've got words, versus an instrumental? Is it the same emotional compulsion, or that comes into that decision making, or is it different for an instrumental versus song?
I mean, for us, it is the same. I mean, I think it's obviously if you're using lyrics in something, those lyrics are doing some of the heavier lifting with the storytelling, and you can't have them, just wildly going against what's happening,
Right.
in the spot unless that's purposeful, right? If you're going for something against type and in the spot it's raining and you're playing a song about sunshine, you've made that decision creatively for a reason,
Right.
And because somebody somewhere thinks it's the right thing to do. The one thing with the song that's purely an instrumental, I mean, just creatively speaking, we've just got to be sure it has enough dynamism in it. It's got enough things for an editor to grab onto. It's got enough pivot points. It's got the builds and the cuts that make it more than just something that's static, because that's the worst thing you can do, right? Is have, spend, whether you're spending a little bit of money or a lot of money on, guitars, drums, and keyboards, that absent the vocal, there's really not a lot there. So we're conscious of that. And we're also conscious of the fact that people do watch TV and engage with this content with their phones in their hands. So if they decided to Shazam, what is this song? And it takes them down a path to a band or a song that is wildly inconsistent with what the brand is trying to do, even if the instrumental works great, once they track it down and find out what the lyrics are, if they go, that seems weird, seems like a weird choice for Samsung or T-Mobile or Netflix or whatever, that's not, regardless of how good the instrumental is, that's not a great outcome.
Any thoughts on that?
I'll second that. To Aaron's point, we think about these massive hits that we all know, strip those lyrics away, you go, wow, this sounds kind of repetitive after a while. So we talk a ton about, does it have a record scratch moment, the lifts, the dynamics. Music geek myself, I can easily sort of drop into those discussions, but I've had to sort of out of my team on, what those words mean and what dynamic means. And so, now we're all pretty good at thinking about that. But we've used a lot of instrumentals of big tracks. Earlier this year, we used the Times Like These with similarly, we did an instrumental version of a Lone Star spot, and what we found was tons of people were looking for, what is this song? I gotta have this. We tend to use the instrumentals as thinking about them as cinematic, and are they really underscoring that?
So you brought up a good point, Ronan, around discovery of songs, right? And I think when we were talking earlier, I was saying how Temper Tantrums, a song, A Sweet Disposition. When I heard it on a Pepsi commercial, I had to go and find out what's the song and downloaded it. How do you know when a song's gone right? And do you have examples of that? You've got Justin Timberlake's "I'm Loving It" campaign with McDonald's. You've got, a variety of different pieces that T-Mobile's done, Pepsi's done, Monster. How do you know when a song has gone right?
Sure. So, I mean, now there's so many ways for a song to go right, and that can mean a lot of different things based on the platform of the artist, where they sit now, based on what the goals of the work are. You look at looking at TikTok in and of itself, it has made, surprising hits out of songs from, Matthew Wilder and of course Fleetwood Mac more recently, old things from the 70s, 80s and before, all the way up to things that are bleeding edge current today. So for a song to go right there for a brand there means something different than for a song to go right in a TV commercial. I mean, I think it can be, you've got the metrics of looking at streams and sales. You've got the metrics of, an artist with the right team around them when they're surrounded by the folks who do engage with Spotify and engage with Apple Music regularly to be able to turn new single from new artist. Hey, we got it in a T-Mobile spot. Then they go back to Spotify. Spotify puts it on the right playlist. That's the little bit of extra storytelling, the little bit of extra push they might need to get the song over the top on the music side of things. But then for an artist, for an indie artist, what might be success for them is to say, oh my gosh, I had 30 people at my show last week that said they only came because they love this song and this commercial. They're new fans. So there's a lot of different levels at which a song can be deemed successful. And frankly, to the extent T-Mobile is trying to build raving fans, somebody who connects with it like that and is, those extra 25 or 30 people that come to a club show when we'll have club shows again, that is probably as more likely to convert, which is what the point of advertising is anyway, than somebody who, when it just gets added to a playlist or something like that.
Brilliant. So then, you mentioned Spotify in here for a bit, right? I think the other piece of this is platforms are now increasingly becoming evident in the ecosystem. And of course, one of the ones that I feel like has almost revolutionized the way how music is continuing to live through is TikTok. So, with their little dances and all the rest of it, and it's changed the nature of virality because now you're able to connect a moment to music. As a brand, Ronan, how would you say you're thinking about the use of TikTok and platforms and so forth as a way as the intersectionality between the product, music, and engagement with the consumer?
I mean, it makes me just think about further engage audiences. And the other interesting piece is it opens up, another direct channel for literally anybody to go source what's on the cultural radar. I mean, I have a 6 and a 10-year-old here at home, and my 10-year-old filled in on what's hot and trending on TikTok. And a lot of the music that we might start to consider, it's sort of input source now to go, oh, okay, is there something happening with that over here that people are engaged in? And if so, what does that mean for how we might use even a section of the track differently if it was blown up there? But it's the speed at which that moves, right? I mean, anecdotally, on TikTok and just as fast sort of fade away. In more traditional spaces and streaming channels, that might take, so you sort of immediate response from something that is happening that very quickly, but then it might be gone right away too. So there is from an advertising perspective in terms of engaging as an advertiser. It's interesting in that to your point, that there is so much interaction and so much engagement on it, it puts you right in the middle of all that. And any time that you can be associated with something that people are actually taking the time to go create something for it, post it, share it to all their friends, you've reached sort of another level of a relationship with the millions of those one-to-one interactions.
And Aaron, what are you seeing also from your perspective in terms of a wide range of how brands are starting to leverage platforms for this point of intersectionality?
Yeah, certainly. It's always part of the conversation. It never doesn't come up in a conversation when we're launching into a project about how do we, what's the social media impact of this? What other platforms can we leverage it on? I think artists and from the music community, they are, not hesitant, but they know that stuff like this can feel manufactured and feel forced. And that's frankly what TikTok has done so well so far, is to not feel that way. I think TikTok has a much more sort of organic enough that people feel that the other, just by virtue of their growth and the duration that they've been around, the other platforms have lost to a degree. To TikTok specifically, that entire platform was built on music. It started out as Musical.ly, and that's what it is very native to that platform for music to be involved in the content that goes out there, much more so than it is on Instagram, certainly, Twitter and YouTube. So I think it's, as like Ronan said, it's absolutely where it's the center of where the stuff is happening. It's just a matter of making sure that whatever gets created to go out there is done in a conscious and careful way where it feels really organic to the platform, and not just, hey, we handed Dixie D'Amelio $250,000 to do a thing. Here's the thing. that to me is about the worst, application of a brand taking their money and putting it out there.
It makes sense. So, I think it's been interesting, like that this piece where technology is now starting to touch music and so forth. I also think now, taking a lens to the future, what do we think what does the ecosystem hold, and what should we be aware of that's coming down the pike? From an industry perspective, from you, Aaron, and then even Ronan, from your perspective, what should we be looking ahead in terms of music and brands and how it's going to be leveraged, especially now that we're semi living in a virtual world? What does that all look like?
Sure. I mean, our big thing is we talked to Ronan about this. We talked to all our clients about this. Is we're constantly trying to push the nostalgia needle forward. So, we hear, for a long time, it was the, Ne Plus Ultra to get a Beatles song in a spot, or a Dylan song in a spot, or a Frank Sinatra song, right. And that sort of migrated up to, the hits of Motown in the 70s. But now, I mean, for a core demographic consumer that's 25 years old, an oldie to them, a song with nostalgia to them, even if it's from when their parents were 18, came out in 1990, right? So
Oasis or something like that. Yeah,
of course. Yeah. So if you're working with a team of folks, who the creatives behind this thing might be in their 40s and 50s, and they're thinking nostalgia, and they automatically default to the band, or like I said, the Beatles or the Beach Boys, or even the earliest days of hip hop now. Well, nostalgic hip hop now could be stuff from the early aughts. So I think that's where we're trying to kind of educate our clients, like, hey, we don't have to default to the ideas that, these songs from back then are the things that are going to resonate. If we're really trying to reach 25 to 34-year-olds with something that they have an affinity and that brings that emotional equity that we talk about, which is really one of the main reasons to pay for music, is that emotional connection. It's okay to dial it into a little more recent history than going way back.
Makes sense, especially when going back is relative, right?
Exactly.
I think it's a great call. Some of the biggest connections I think we've made, from things that aren't technically current, and the sort of, when you're thinking about that, your sort of go-to is like, oh yeah, we got to jump in on the that are just driving. Some of the big we've had to music has been stuff that older in culture in people's minds and hearts.
Definitely makes sense. So we've actually got some questions that have come through, and the first question is, what virtual concert trends do you see emerging now that will accelerate in 2021?
Aaron, do you want to take that one?
Virtual content trends?
So what virtual concert trends do you see emerging now like in 2020 that will accelerate in 2021?
Sure. I mean, obviously the, live streaming is here to stay for a while. Artists will continue to find ways to monetize that. I've seen some good ones, and I've seen some bad ones, with artists putting on, shows, whether you're paid for ticket or whether you just get to go attend it. We actually did one just yesterday for a different client on the Reddit public access network, which actually was the first time I had engaged with that platform, and it was really interesting. It was about the highest level of engagement I've seen in terms of the warmth of the commentary, the engagement of the artist with the community that was watching, the goodwill behind it, the reflected goodwill of the brand that went that way. And Reddit can be a challenging platform at times, but because it was set up the right way and because the artist was the right fit, it all went really well, and the client and everybody was really, really pleased with the outcome, and the metrics supported doing more of those. So I think as we see artists take charge of their own things and continue to not be able to tour, at least for the near future, as brands are able to get into the live streaming space and do stuff like that, where experiential, that is what experiential is going to be for a minute at least. I think it'll be interesting to see how that grows.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. The other piece is technology grows around networks and things like that. As to grow, that ability to actually go stream in real time and have people playing in different together, I think is going to be really interesting. And we haven't seen that necessarily come to. It's on concert looks like. It may not be, to be perfectly honest, and it looks like they're on a Zoom call playing together, but they're not. As you start to think about, now you've got people all around the country playing together, a huge band, a small band, a duo. I think that gets really interesting in the sort of collaborations you can see. And one of the things that I'm hoping to see is that a lot of this finding new ways to do things just continues. We were on a Zoom call with a big artist recently, and they were just saying as soon as the pandemic hit, they started thinking, I've sort of been wanting to do that I've just put off. Now I've got all this time to do it. Let's just go do it. And I'll just collaborate with anybody and we'll figure out ways to do that. I'll write the play that I wanted to write, or I'll do all these other things I wanted to do. So, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to go see, as this goes forward, what things are going to stay and what sort of energy and creative energy is going to stay because of opened up at a lot.
Absolutely makes sense. So we've got one more question, which I absolutely love, so I'm going to have to ask it. And that question is, what are some new guidelines or policies that you've put in place this year to ensure that clients are engaging with diverse talent in the right ways? Which I feel like it's up the alley of music that we spoke about. Started up with Priyanka Chopra, spoke about A.R. Rahman. So diverse talent, what are some protocols that you're putting in place, even from like an artist perspective, to ensure that they're getting representation with your brands and with your clients?
Yeah, well, I think we have an opportunity as big brands and a responsibility. We're different communities, maybe underrepresented communities. We've served a decision point as we're looking at not just music, but kind of all levels of our creative and the vendors we're working with. Are we looking for in color? Are we looking for businesses that are owned by people of color, etc.? It's definitely part of the. What we've started to see as well, artists actually not approving stuff until they feel like the work has level of inclusion that is really looking across all different all different cultures, all different ethnicities, etc. And we've really encouraged that. And as we've seen those things happen, we've sort of put it out to the rest of the teams to say, hey, this is really interesting. We just worked with a really big artist who wanted to take a look at the work with a different lens. Usually it's just like, hey, do I like this thing? Is it good? Does our music sound good here? I want to see that the creative itself has an inclusive cast. I want to see who you've worked with, etc. So I think that's a fantastic trend and one that we've looked at internally, but also you started to happen in the artist communities. And those that have the power to really make a huge difference on that, I think it's a fantastic thing, and it should trickle down to smaller artists as well. I think that artists should definitely feel like they have the power.
Brilliant. Aaron, any thoughts on your end?
No, Ronan said it very well, and we see the same across all of our clients, just with them being very, very conscious to be inclusive with their thinking, to open their eyes to the fact that there are plenty of options out there where they might find a great artistic solution regardless of the source. And then our only role in that is to kind of walk them through the process and make sure that they've have all the options and all the information in front of them to make an informed decision.
Brilliant. So as we're coming up to time, I've got one fast and fun question for both of you. If you were to pick a song or some songs that are your anthem that get you going every day, what would that song or songs be?
Wow.
I'll give you mine. So to get your creative juices going for me, I think it's going to have to be One Republic's Good Life, and it's going to have to be the song Love You Zindagi from the Indian movie Dear Zindagi, which means Love You Life. So those are my two anthems.
That's amazing.
To you.
I mean, my favorite artist of all time is Donny Hathaway. So, anytime I can, I have Everything Is Everything by the Voices Inside from Donny Hathaway. That's certainly, if I'm sitting down, rather than getting up for the day, the way I consume music for pleasure is usually coming down at the end of the day. When I finally have a chance to listen to stuff through my not work ears and just for personal pleasure, and throw on an album and have a drink, and that's what's on generally.
All right, Ronan.
Yeah. For me, it could probably change every day, but one I always come back to, Life is a Carnival by the band, is one of my favorites, and that one always gets me fired up.
All right, brilliant. I do think Life is a Carnival 2020 has definitely been that. So with that, thank you both so much for your time. Appreciate your insights, Ronan and Aaron, and we're going to turn it back over to Andrew. Thank you so much for listening in.
Yes, Anas, thank you so much. That was a fantastic session. And quick related follow-up question, Ronan and Aaron, before we let you go. You talked a lot about all the big fish you guys were able to license this year, whether it was Foo Fighters or other acts who very rarely license their music to a brand. What's the right whale for you guys who haven't you licensed yet that is at the top of your list that you would like to?
Well, there are artists like the band. For me, I'm sort of a closet, always a Grateful Dead song to put in the spot, but it would never happen probably for T-Mobile. But those are the sort of artists that I would love to go find a place at some point to use, just because I think it'd be sort of fun and somewhat subversive. But I always loved Jerry Garcia's quote where we totally would have sold out, we just never got asked. So that one's always fun to me.
Aaron, who's your wife?
That's your answer. I can't follow that. Look, I've been doing this long enough where I've pretty much taken, scratched everything off that list. As we sit here right now, I mean, the ones that haven't done it are the ones that aren't going to do it. Gosh, I can't even think that I haven't gotten to do. I'll say I'll go with Garth Brooks because personally, he's one of my all-time favorites.
I like that answer too.
Awesome. Again, Ronan, Aaron, thank you so much. And again, that was a masterclass in how the music licensing side of marketing is very important to the speakers joining us today. So with that, I'm going to introduce the next session, which is going to be a pivot back to the partnership side of music marketing. Up next, we have Chloe Slobotkin. She's the Senior Marketing Manager of Culture and Entertainment at Lyft. And she's going to be joined by Gary Cohen, who's the Brand Partnerships Director for ATC Live and ATC Management. Welcome both to the stage.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Hi. Just trying to get my camera working. Bear with me.
There you go. I see you, Gary.
We're up. Hello.
We're up.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Chloe. How's it going?
Good.
Excellent. I think we're just waiting on your moderator, Dan Loden, from White Ops, and here he is.
All right, great. I was just having a little trouble getting through, but glad to be here. And Chloe and Gary, I'm really looking forward to this talk about music, consumers, and brands and how they all come together. It's a topic that is near and dear to my heart. As I said in kind of our prep call, I think you guys and everybody on these sessions today have the best jobs in the world. I know it's incredibly hard work, but to be able to do this and what you guys do is just amazing. So welcome to this session. Why don't we start off? Chloe, why don't you introduce yourself and share a little background about yourself, and then we'll jump over to Gary next.
Will I go, Dan? Because I think we're a problem with Chloe.
Go for it, Gary.
Tech side. Okay, look, very briefly, I work for ATC. We're a music management company with offices in London and LA. So we manage artists like The Cave, PJ Harvey, Johnny Marr, and then some brilliant younger up and coming artists. And then we have a live booking division with offices in London, Glasgow, Copenhagen. And they would rep bands like Black Pumas, who've just had 3 Grammy nominations, and the Lumineers, Mac DeMarco, Whitney, and so on. So I look after brand partnerships across both rosters. And then in recent years, we've been doing a lot of work with artists outside of our rosters on the basis really that a lot of brands want to engage direct with the artists at source and work with management. So we have a little cabal of management companies that we work with and service brand deals towards those artists. So it's basically us.
That's great. I mean, you mentioned some artists there that are near and dear to my heart. Spending 20 years or so in Austin, Texas, and a lot of those folks, some of them are from there, a lot of them go through there, but that's an amazing background there. So thank you for sharing that, Gary. Chloe, have you been able to join? Can you hear us?
I think she's still struggling. Hang on.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with some conversations. Gary, with you, and then we'll come back when Chloe can join us.
Okay.
But I guess before we do that, let me just say, from a White Ops perspective, I'm just thrilled to be here because our focus is all about keeping music human. Our focus is about working with streaming services to ensure there is no digital fraud or abuse, and ensuring that sophisticated bots aren't impacting likes or views or even the top 100 songs of the day. So this is really relevant to us, and protecting this ecosystem, protecting the fans, protecting the artists is really important. And I just love what you guys are doing to go and promote these bands and engage with them from a standpoint of helping your brand. So why don't we first start with a question for you, Gary? Obviously it's been a testing year for everybody in so many ways. But how has it been with artists, and how has it been with you working with artists this year? What kind of challenges have you faced, and what kind of successes have you had?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no doubt it's been tough. But if anything, in artists' world, it's given them a little bit of space to do multiple things, to write, to spend time with their family, a consistent, prolonged time with their families, to engage with their fans in different ways. And some artists have done that better than others. And really to look at what we want to do in the future and to give us some clear planning space. We have also started a live streaming business, and I noticed that I was on a couple of the sessions there earlier and they talked about that. So maybe we can get into that a little bit, because it's been a whole new arm to our business. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's been a challenging year.
Yeah, that's great. I totally get it. I think the artists, a lot have been impacted. Their gigs have been taken away, right? So financially, they've been impacted in so many ways, and connecting with audiences have been difficult as well. So, the support that, companies like yourself give them during these difficult times is really, really important. And keeping the music live, right, as much as we can. So, Chloe, I think we hear you. Is that right?
Okay.
Chloe, are you back?
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm having some severe technical difficulties, but I think I'm back.
All right,
back.
Great.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with first, Chloe, sharing a little bit of your background and all the great things that Lyft has been doing, and your connection to music and fans. So let's start there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I sit on the culture and entertainment marketing team at Lyft. Video content integrations to original content development, artist partnerships, festival sponsorships, endorsements, events, etc. Lyft, to me, music has always been very inherent to the Lyft experience. Just thinking back, pre-COVID days, taking a Lyft ride to your favorite show, or listening to your favorite artist, in the car with the driver, and the driver and the rider start singing along, and it sort of, forms this bonded moment between the two. So it's always, music is such a powerful connector, which is part of the reason that I love it so much. And I think it has an ability to really bring people together, whether that's riders and drivers, artists and fans, what have you. It's really at the center of connecting communities, which is, what the mission of our company is. So it's always been integral to our marketing strategy, and, excited to talk more about what we.
Well, that's great. All right. Well, that's great. I'm glad you could join us. And looks like your video is working now really well. So that's perfect. And Gary's kind of given his introduction about his company and himself. So why don't we just jump right into these kind of fast questions that I thought would be fun that we can jump into, so the folks on this webinar can learn a little bit more about you. So let's first start off with a question. What was your first live band music experience you guys ever experience? So Gary, you first.
Well, I'm going to give away my age now, Dan. It was Queen at the RDS in Dublin in 1984, and I still have the ticket. And I still, to this day, I'm thankful I got to see that band live. I think my love of music was born that day, you know?
Yeah, that's epic. Oh, I mean, wow. Okay. Chloe, over to you. Your first live music experience.
Live experience with Z100's Utopia in 2010. Christina Aguilera, Backstreet Boys, that type of vibe. But it was good nonetheless.
All right, that's great. Mine was Steve Winwood at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, so that goes back a ways too. All right, next question. So Chloe, back to you. Your favorite band?
Tough question, but I'd have to go with Fleetwood Mac.
All right, Gary?
Good call. I think I'm going to have to go back to the Irishness. It'd have to be U2, I think, for just the amazing experiences I've had seeing them live.
Yeah, U2's top of my list, along with Foo Fighters. Maybe you guys can see the concert poster in my background, but I'm right there with you. I guess with all the challenges that have happened this year, what has been the best virtual live music experience that you've had this year? So Chloe, you first.
I would say the Pepsi One World Together at Home concert was one of my faves, but I also really enjoyed Post Malone's tribute to Nirvana. I thought that was pretty awesome.
Great. Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I think of all the streams we've done, Nick Cave at Alexandra Palace was pretty special because the unusual thing about these things with no audience is it's a very intimate experience between the artist and the fan. Even though the fan is watching virtually, it's much more pure. It's just the artist there playing their music in a silent background. And it's just really, it can create a lot of goosebump moments. So I think Nick at Alexandra Palace.
That's a great one. For me, it was one of my favorite bands called Nothing But Thieves. They did a private session for a group of us in the cybersecurity world. They're unbelievable. I saw them live many years ago, and their song "Impossible" at Abbey Road it gives me goosebumps. So that was my favorite one. I guess the last question I'll ask is: once we get through all this, what is the most biggest live event you're looking forward to going to next? And then we'll jump into more questions specific to the industry. So Chloe, you first.
Absolutely any festival. I am desperate to get back to a festival in a crowd of people and music fans and music lovers. I don't care what it is. If it's Coachella, Bonnaroo, Bottle Rock, I am to music festival.
Yeah. Gary?
Oh, I mean, I agree with Chloe. I'm jonesing for some live music, but I mean, there's a few that were supposed to happen this year: ELO, Elvis Costello, Black Pumas. So they're three I'll definitely be looking forward to seeing next year.
Yeah. For me, near and dear to my heart is Austin City Limits Television and, the festival itself. So I can't wait for all that to come back. But yeah, let's look forward to those times, and hopefully they'll be here sooner rather than later. All right, let's jump into the questions. We'll start first with you, Chloe. With the stay-at-home factor because of COVID, how has Lyft adapted to the challenges of 2020 and, leverage music like you talked about?
Yeah, it's a good question. The business was hit significantly at the beginning of COVID, especially with the stay-at-home orders. And so our first priority and concern was the health and safety of our riders and drivers. So many Lyft for essential transportation. And even just knowing that, once cities would start to reopen again, we'd want to make sure that Lyft is the safest option and people feel comfortable riding with us. So we rolled out a health and safety initiative at the top of the year where we removed shared rides from the platform completely. We provided drivers, tens of thousands of drivers, with facial coverings and cleaning supplies and in-car partitions. And we implemented, app features where you had to confirm that you were wearing a mask and you weren't exposed to COVID-19 or had symptoms, et cetera. So product wise, health and safety was our focus, but from the brand marketing and the music side, we had to pause most of our marketing, and the entire tone and message really shifted. And so we really leaned into our values and our mission of our brand, which is to improve people's lives with the world's best transportation. And how can we tap some of our long-term artist partners to amplify that message and what we're doing in the community. Our platform to give back to the community and do good. So we invested, heavily in a program called Lift Up, which is a company-wide initiative that we launched back in January with LeBron James, aimed at providing accessible transportation to all. And we, created a critical workforce program where we gave away bike and scooter memberships to frontline workers across the country. We tapped some of our long-term artist partners like DJ Khaled, Cardi B, Justin Bieber, et cetera, to amplify that message on social. And most recently, we actually launched a really massive voting campaign to help get people to the polls. So we enlisted, I think, our largest network of, artist and athlete partners to date, over about 250 people, to help spread the word. We supported hundreds of thousands of rides to the polls on election day and during early voting cycles. And, I think to answer your question, it's really just a matter of, being adaptable and pivoting to the current climate, but using our core superpower, which is, relationships.
Yeah. I mean, it's an amazing story what Lyft has done and what you guys have done, right? Just for the community, and then, all the great things that you've done, to kind of keep music alive, right? And, how that's helping everybody kind of get through this. So I just want to say thank you for that. So Gary, over to you. Same type of question, how has, COVID impacted you? And at the same time, I know that you guys have launched this pay-per-view live streams, which have been, absolutely amazing. I was reading about it in Esquire magazine, and Variety, and many others. It sounds like an amazing story. So share that with the audience here. Would love to hear it.
Yeah, well, I suppose it was born out of necessity, really, as artist managers. We sat there in March. We looked at a lot of these streams artists were doing from their homes and just thought there has to be a better way to do this. So we quickly formed partnerships with YouTube and Ticketmaster and people like that. And the first two artists we did were Nick Cave and Laura Marling, both of whom we manage. And they sold 50,000 tickets for live streamed events from venues that actually only hold 15,000, grossed $1 million. And we thought, okay, there's something in this here. And we're now 15 shows in. We've sold over 500,000 tickets. And we've just got some huge names coming up. One that was fantastic for us was Niall Horan from the Royal Albert Hall, because it sold 125,000 tickets. It grossed $2.5 million. But all that money was split between Niall's crew and the general touring crew of the British music scene. So a lot of money was raised for people who've had no work. I think it's really interesting from a brand perspective, because, you have all these brands looking to shift to online sales or at-home consumption. And here you have these events that, at the top end are surpassing the footfall of an average festival, but it's a much more engaged fan, because it's they've paid for a ticket. It's a digital play. So really, if brands are clever, there's a real way to take fans from the journey of these live streams to the brand online suite. And at the same time, we're working with brands and we're doing things like bonus content with the artist, and the tickets, which retail between $13 and $20, are now, a lot of brands are coming on board to use them as rewards or incentives. And it's got all the magic of a live show. It's not archived. It's gone in one night. But we've made a choice to, do very unusual venues. So we've used the Natural History Museum and all that, and to use world-class creative. So we've used Oscar-nominated cinematographers and Cirque du Soleil creative directors and everything to make these things a real event. So our feeling is it will live on beyond lockdown. It's something artists can use in between tours or album cycles. And clearly there's a market out there for them. But our big thing now is maintaining the quality. There has been others who've done them and there's been drop off. So, but it's fantastic just as a new arm in our assets that we can use in artist engagement.
Yeah, it's amazing, and how creative, how quickly it's all come together, and just like you said, the quality of it is amazing. And enabling these experiences. In the previous session, they were talking, audiences of one, right? And you can deliver that this way, which I think is really compelling for the brands that you guys represent. It's fantastic. And Nick Cave, saw him in Austin City Limits television taping too, and what a performer he is. He's one of a kind. That's great. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, Chloe, back to you from a standpoint of, you've worked with a lot of artists and the music and the like, but you also have had a lot of artists, be Lyft drivers, undercover Lyft drivers. And that story, I love those stories when they came out. Do you want to share a little bit about that and how that's impacted the brand and helped the brand?
Yeah, absolutely. So Undercover Lyft is an original series that we created in 2016, where celebrities go undercover as Lyft drivers to essentially surprise unsuspecting passengers. And it has been such a successful series. When we first started, we didn't have paid media budgets. We weren't putting paid promotion behind the episodes. And the organic viewership we were seeing was like millions of views. And, even to this day, episodes that we shot in 2016, 2017, we're still seeing them rack up views now. And I think it's because people are so hungry for artist-driven content. They want to see their favorite musicians in relatable positions. These are people that are dressed down, they're not in full glam, they're on the same playing field, and they're just having fun with it. And I think that, again, it goes back to wanting to feel connected by music. So in terms of, how we approach talent or how we think about talent, the series is not released on a regular cadence. It's not something we release weekly or monthly. So we have to be really strategic with the types of cultural moments that we activate around and the types of artists that we approach. And so, who's someone that's a good brand fit, someone that we want representing the Lyft brand because they share and exude our creating really interesting work right now that's shaping culture and pushing boundaries forward, and who's active in the community and supporting, social issues that they care about and standing out for what they believe in. And so for the most recent one we shot in January with Alicia Keys, that came about because we have a really strong relationship with Rock Nation, her management company. And so they came to us and said, Alicia's releasing this new album. She's looking for some creative ways to promote the album. And immediately we said, would she do Undercover Lyft? She is like pie in the sky talent for us to do that series. She's a musical legend. I'm a huge fan of hers. So that was a surreal experience, but she embodies the Lyft brand. She does a lot of positive work in the community. She's a strong advocate for women and young girls. And so when she said, yeah, she was down, to her, it looked like something fun, and for her to connect with fans on a real level. And that episode was so successful because, creatively, that had Underdog, which worked so creatively well in the episode. But we had also launched the program Lift Up in January with LeBron James. Prior to that, we shot this episode in February, and that was a huge priority for the company. And so this was another way to authentically talk about that platform and integrate that messaging into the episode in a way that felt really authentic and real. Having someone like Alicia Keys talk about what Lyft is doing in the community is incredible. So it was a good one.
Yeah, she's amazing. Number one, I saw her live at CES last year before the pandemic all came through at the Media Link event there. And just what a voice, right? What a talent. And to have her be a partner with you on this, that's fantastic. Gary, over to you from a standpoint of, working with the artists that you mentioned, what are the strategies that you think of, and how do you determine what artists you want to work with and engage with, and how does it go beyond just, obviously it's a big effort to pull off one of these live music events, but doing even more beyond that? That's one of the questions that's come in from the audience.
Yeah, well, I mean, the live stream pay-per-views have been a combination of our own artists and many artists from outside our roster. Kylie Minogue, next week we're doing Andrea Bocelli and so on. With our own artists, we're a very artist-centric company. We like to really grow organically with our artists. It's not about hype and disposable kind of relationships with fans. It's about enduring relationships. And I think that's the key to ATC, everything has always started with the artist-centric point of view and a long-term plan. In other words, not applying so much pressure to be successful in the short term. So that's basically our MO as a management company. But we like to, and I think the launch of Drift, our streaming company, has really demonstrated this, be innovative and have a real impact on the industry. A lot of our senior managers here will sit on the board of the Music Managers Forum and have lobbied the governments for things like scalp tickets and PRS rates and all that sort of thing. And that's really the way we operate.
That's great. Another question that's coming in from the audience is a standpoint of, just around, the engagement with fans and the like. Are there ways that you measure and track and how this is helping the brand and impacting the brand and impacting your company? Can you give us any view into that? Because that's a question I think that all marketers are asking is, these are amazing opportunities to engage with real live fans that are very energetic and excited about it. How has it helped your brand? So Chloe, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we measure success from artist partnerships or the relationships that we've developed with our label partners and different artists over the years is it's viewership, it's measured by impressions, but it's also measured by engagement. We did an Undercover Lift episode with Chance the Rapper, and that was to promote, he had just launched an organization called Social Works, which was to support Chicago public schools. And we have a Round Up and Donate feature in the app where you can round up your fare to the nearest dollar, and then that change goes to an organization of your choice. So we brought Social Works onto our platform as a local Round Up and Donate partner in Chicago, and we wanted to use Undercover Lift as a vehicle to talk about what we were doing with Chance in the community. And that episode, because I think it was so real, it had a local element to it. It was shot in Chicago, where people are, big fans of Chance because that's where he's from. It garnered over 500 press hits. I think we saw 7 million video views on YouTube. The engagements across social, Facebook and Instagram was significant. We had 6 million engagements on Facebook and 2 million engagements on YouTube, and the sentiment was really positive. So for us, it's how many people are we reaching, but are we also reaching the right audiences and measuring that by engagement and sentiment and impressions.
That's great. And Gary, for you, for your own company and the brands that you work with, how are you guys kind of measuring success and engagement based off of all the great things that you're doing here?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is exactly what Chloe stated. Eyeballs is obviously a huge part of it, but not just that. The PR, the partnership can generate in its own right. And we always try to, when we work with brands, we're quite protective of who we work with and how we work with them. We would prefer to have relationships with brands that have some legacy to them. They're not just in and out in one day. And I think the music industry in the past has been a little bit guilty of being insular in the way they work with brands and not really caring about or understanding what the brand challenges are. I mean, we're all at the intersection of art and commerce. That's essentially where we are. But there's a lot of overlapping in terms of what brands and artists are trying to do. Consistent engagement with fans, a life beyond the music. Where is the brand stretch for an artist beyond the music? And if it's credible and authentic, how do we work with brands to take us there? So I think in general, the marketing community hasn't been great over lockdown in grasping how they continue to engage with fans. And I understand that. There's been a lot of, we need to wait and see, stores are closing, redundancies are being made and all that. But I think, in the main, there's an opportunity now. We've seen through lockdown or the pandemic, the more human side of the artist, their homes, their families, their pastimes. And that to me is as interesting as the music itself. So I think, if brands start with a blank canvas in terms of how they work with artists, you're going to end up creating some really wonderful stuff.
Yeah. I think you're building, a much more deeper relationship with the artist, and if you're invited into their home, right? I totally agree. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So last formal question I'll ask both of you is, as we go into 2021, and hopefully again, brighter days are ahead. But, if you, as all the things that you've learned through 2020 and throughout your career, what is the one piece of advice that you would give marketers, to kind of have a good takeaway from this? There are many great takeaways, but if there was one thing you wanted to share with them, what would it be? So Chloe, why don't I pass that back over to you?
Sort of building off what Gary was discussing, but I would say be real and be human, especially in these times. Boundaries have been completely broken. We're looking into employees' living rooms every day. We're looking into the living rooms of artists. And at this point, it's like high production quality isn't what matters anymore. It's really being authentic and being able to, you want a brand that you can trust, but that also provides you with a useful product or service. And so I think being relatable and being human and understanding, the challenges that consumers and artists and companies are facing is really important for 2021.
Yeah. I mean, it's an exceptional point. And, our theme is around keep music human, right? Keep the real engagement with the humans and the artists and protect them and provide these amazing experiences. And when that happens, that's when you get the goosebumps, as Gary was talking about earlier. Gary, how about for you? What recommendation would you give marketers here? What you've learned and, going into 2021, what would you do differently, or what would be the best advice you could give them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I started in ad agencies, but I've been doing brands and music for 15 years, and the same rules, we always give the same advice to brands. 3 things: whisper, don't shout. Consumers are smart enough to know it's brought to you by brand X. Let the music be the hero, which takes a brave marketeer to do, but it can be done, and, always put yourself in the place of the music fan. It's very difficult to do that when you're the marketer, but the starting point should be put yourself in the place of the fan. And that's why I love Chloe's Undercover Drivers, because it starts off with a point of what is the fan going to love to see, So that's our general advice. And then I think now what 2020 has brought us is try and look at these activations across multiple channels. Let them live and breathe across multiple channels. I think sometimes when a brand engages with an artist, you're in and out, but actually there's a lot more you can do with an artist in that period when you're in and out to give you some legacy to the activation. So that would be our main learning stroke advice,
Yeah. I think it's so true. Just in my experience in hiring live music to, private events for the companies that I represent and have been the CMO for, those are some of the most memorable experiences. Our customers, consumers, yes, but our customers, these are, typically, maybe enterprise customers that come to these live music events, but they're all consumers in the end. And they remember these experiences, and they like that, there was a million events at, say an RSA or a Black Hat, but I remember the one where you guys had that live band, and it was an amazing, massive experience. And because of that, we like you guys, and we want to do more business with you. You guys showed us that you're human. You showed us that you want to, do something unique and different. And that really means a lot today,
Yeah. I would that point too is, for brands specifically, to recognize that artists are human also. A lot of time brands look at artists as marketing tools or a vehicle to reach more eyeballs, but they're creators and they're humans too. And I think if you can understand that and understand what they care about, then they'll be much more willing to advocate for your brand beyond just what that one-off, collaboration was that might feel transactional, and have a real long-term partner in that artist.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know we're coming towards the end of our session here. I guess one remaining question was, as we go to 2021, do you think these virtual sessions will continue even beyond when hopefully we're on the better side of all this and it'll be combined kind of virtual sessions and live sessions? I'd like to get your view on that. So Chloe, share your view on that.
Yeah, I would love to hear from Gary on this. You're much closer to the pay-per-view and the live streams. I think we have seen some fatigue around live streams, but I think that if you can do it right, and if there's the proper, production quality in terms of making it feel as close to a live show as possible, just knowing that we can't go to a concert anytime soon, I do think it will continue. And I think there's other forms of, music content that will continue to evolve with brands involved as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll 100% continue. We've had a couple of streams that have sold tickets in over 100 countries worldwide. An artist is never going to be able to get to that many countries on a tour. And there's always, release years and non-release years, or touring years and non-touring years. And in the gap, this is a wonderful way to keep engaged with your audience. And clearly it's a new revenue stream for the music business. So yeah, we've just confirmed our first big branded stream. So it's free to all, but for a global spirits brand early next year. And I think brands slowly will start to engage more about creating their own stream experiences,
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, Andrew, I see you've come on. Have we reached the end of our time here?
We have, and I want to thank all of you for sharing such fantastic and important insights. Yeah, Gary, you guys have clearly cracked the code on this virtual concert business. We're all in, so I appreciate you and Chloe sharing all those great learnings from how we're all adapting. So thank you, Dan, for moderating that great discussion. All right, so up next, we're going to be exploring a topic that we've hopefully all spent more time with this year, which is mental health and wellness. So here to share some insights into how music has played a key role in improving our daily well-being in these stressful times is Courtney Phillips-Spare. She's the head of music at Calm. Courtney's going to be joined by our moderator, Alexina Shaber, who is an account and brand supervisor at Swift. Welcome, ladies, to the virtual stage.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you for being here. Alexina, over to you.
Hello. Thanks, Andrew. Courtney, so good to see you.
So great to see you too. How are you doing?
I feel like it's great. Doing well, doing well. Excited for our connect. Are you ready to get started?
I am, and please do let me know if there's any lag or anything. Times, and I never want to be that awkward frozen person. I have lost Alexina, if anyone else is here.
I'm here. I'm happy to, Courtney, I'm happy to kick things off with you while we wait for Alexina to come back. But tell us about your role, because, well, for those, I guess, twofold. For those of us who might not be familiar with what Calm is, to give us a quick overview of that, and then certainly your unique role as head of music for the app.
Yeah, well, as you may know, is one of our amazing platform, making the world happier and healthier. We are known as an app as well. We're a fantastic platform with meditation, sleep stories, music, everything to help relax the mind and focus on your mental fitness and bringing your mind in the same place that, your body, focusing on your body and your mind at the same time. So that's Calm overall, but I am the head of music here at Calm. I've been in the brand space for spent over 5 years in G, but really felt this calling to help make the world happier and healthier, and wanting to work on something really meaningful for this whole world. So I felt really compelled to apply to the role of the head of music at Calm once it was out there. And I'm really happy to be here and be a part of this wonderful team, and working with artists to create unique and meaningful music to help people improve their day-to-day lives. Like sign me up. This is basically the dream.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just spoke with your colleague Katie Schill as well for our Innovator Interview series last week, and she kind of gave us an overview of the explosive growth and unique moment that you guys are certainly meeting, as we're all more anxious than ever and in need of these important resources. So again, I think we have Alexina coming back, but tell us about some ways that music lives on the platform, and hopefully she can take the reins from there.
Yeah, of course. So the music section of Calm has a variety of different types of music to help serve different needs that everyone faces. You've got music to help you sleep, help you to fall asleep, stay asleep, music to help you relax, to chill out, unwind after your day, or kind of start your day off in a really chill way. And then music to help you focus as you go about your day, help you kind of concentrate, but in a really thoughtful way. So we're working with artists to create a bunch of different types of music that can be expressed in beyond those three genres. Working with artists to premiere music that they've made that makes sense, and working with artists to remix songs that you wouldn't expect to find, and working with artists to create unique pieces of music that are exclusive to the Calm. Oh, she's back.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't want to be the awkward person that also was lagging, but I was the awkward person that fell off the call.
No worries. Welcome back. I'll let you take it away. Thanks
so much. Awesome. So awesome. So thanks for kicking things off, Andrew and Courtney. It's so good to be connecting with you. I know you just talked a little bit about the music experience in the app, but I wanted to actually start and talk about a little bit about your background and your journey to Calm and how you made your way into this role.
Yeah, well, thanks. I gave Andrew a little bit of background there, but I mentioned that I'd been in the brand partnership about 10 years total, and I started even way back and then made my way over time for over 5 years to Universal Music Group. And then after that, I was telling Andrew, I felt compelled to be a part of something really, really positive. Love my team at UMG, love what we were doing. But that little voice in your head that you're like, should I join the nonprofit world? You just want to do something really great. And this role at Calm kind of just appeared, and it just felt like, that's it. That's the thing I want to do. So really pleased to be able to join this team and help lead the music department as we make the world happier and healthier.
Oh, that's so awesome. And I think that's such a good reminder to everybody that it's okay to listen to that voice, and it's okay to be on a journey and to take stock in that process, because if you trust in it, then amazing things can happen, as we're seeing with your evolution from music into wellness. Awesome. Well, you have a really incredible job, because you are Calm's first ever head of music. So can you tell me about the role and just how you've been making it uniquely yours, since it's not a role that's been done before at the company?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm really proud to oversee the music department, and that is a small but mighty team of 3 of us right now. And exactly, something that I'm really proud of with my team is that we journey. So from discussing artists and having the calls with labels and with managers and publishers to, having the creative conversations with artists as we get on board, creating proposals, licensing the music, coordinating launches, all of that is done from my team of 3. And the music that was in the Calm app before I got here, every piece of music that has existed since has come through myself and my team, and we listen to every single piece of music and thoughtfully choose what should be a part of the Calm library and what do we want to bring to our community, what do we want to bring to our users, and how can we help tell the artist's story. So that's really something I'm particularly proud of with this role, is that, you know, everything we do is very deliberate and thoughtful and with the Calm community in mind.
I would expect no less with such a robust team for an app that is all about just making the world happier and healthier.
Sorry, you cut out there for a
awesome.
second.
Oh no, I was just saying that I would expect no less, because for an app that is all about creating healthier and happier world, to give it that due diligence and that thought is really what makes it so special when you do experience it in the app. So can you share a little? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think. Oh, good, you're back. Oh, us with our internet. Great. Let's jump in and talk a little bit more about what the vision for Calm Music is, and how it is paying off of Calm's mission to, like I said, make the world happier and healthier.
Yeah, definitely. So something that, I don't know, might seem like kind of a cliche, but music is definitely, to me, it's something that connects all of us all around the world. Like, it doesn't matter what language you speak. It doesn't matter where you're from. Music is something that can be shared. And to me, there's something really powerful and uniting in that. And it brings us together. And so, you know, besides that collective unity that I feel like music can help bring, it's also something that's been proven to change your mood. I mean, just think about when you listen to a song that you loved in high school or something, and it just like immediately takes you back to everything you felt and you felt at that time. And when you're feeling kind of like bummed out or stressed, and you put on like a song that you love and you really enjoy, and it lifts your mood, and it really changes your mental state, and it changes your mood. And so really the overall vision for Calm Music is to kind of keep leaning into all of that, you know, which is that music is the thing that connects us all, and we can speak to each other, and then also we can, you know, relieve anxiety, change moods, change people's mental states, and really just with one song even change your day. And so that's important for us in Calm Music.
Totally. It is the universal language, and it is what brings us together in IRL, but also even now remotely and virtually. And it is kind of that constant friend that we always have by our side. And it's so interesting also, as I think about music within the wellness space and within like a meditation and mindfulness app like Calm, I find that a lot of people sometimes get intimidated by the idea of meditation, or they feel like, or they get impatient, or it feels like music is such a wonderful gateway into this, because music is something we all understand, and music is something we all enjoy. And when you're able to just be mindful and present with the music, it really is the gateway into meditation. And they talk about trance. There's a whole category of music called trance music as well. So it's like getting into that meditative state. And I think what's so cool about your role and the way that you're approaching your channel and your team is it really makes it a lot more accessible to mindfulness and meditation, a lot more accessible to many. So, and people are doing it all the time. They don't even know it.
Exactly. And that's the goal. That's the goal.
Ah, that's so awesome. Well, let's talk about some of the highlights and or launches, partnerships that you're most proud of from your last year and a half in this role with your team.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a total cop out to say that I'm proud of them all. But so I will.
They're great.
We'll pick some highlights for sure. I mean, definitely we kicked off the year with Lindsey Sterling, who did the first Calm original, the first piece of music that was made for Calm, for the Calm community, and lives exclusively on our platform. And she created an absolutely stunning sleep song on her violin, and it is definitely a fan favorite. And not just, you know, anecdotally because my husband listens to it every night to go to sleep, but definitely our community as well is responding to it. And so I'm very proud of that. And I would say definitely, God, there's so many, our album premiere, our sneak peek with Diplo, and also our launch with Toro y Moi. Those were both, I mean, they were both meaningful to me for a variety of reasons, but particularly because
both those artists really expressed a really honest and intimate narrative behind why they made this music and how important it was to launch with Calm and what it meant to them to create that and why. And so I think that just added an extra element to it that made it even more special, just to see how much it meant to them to create this. Really meant to me, if I'm going to pick, the launches that I wanted to chat about, because I do love them all. They're really special.
Totally. And I know your team has been busy just taking a look and doing the research of every month. I feel like there's a new launch that's come out. And I had the privilege of listening to the Diplo album on the app this morning. And it was really cool to see that there are some samples, or there are some things that like their fans will relate to and will know, but it's done in such this beautifully seamless and this new type of genre that we're not as familiar with for these artists. And so it's such a pleasure to see that evolution for them as artists as well. So that's really cool. That's so cool. Calm has such a diverse array of music within the app. So curious what you think the most unexpected collaboration or genre that exists there currently is.
Well, I think you kind of touched on it for a second, is that it's been really interesting to work with electronic artists as they kind of venture more into this ambient space. That was a surprise. I think everyone was surprised by Diplo dropping an ambient album. But like I said, his message that he put out there on social media, that he was going through all the same stuff this year that we were all going through, and that artists are human and they have anxiety, and this is a stressful year. And so to be able to put out an ambient album, to reach out to his fans and to reach out to the Calm community, that was really surprising and really unexpected, and was really thrilled to be a part of that. I think that's definitely a really cool twist. But I do know that there are some artists that we will be working with where they are from a genre that you wouldn't expect to find in the Calm app, and I know that they are going to be creating something really unique for us. So I'm excited to launch some stuff coming up.
Cool. I can't wait. I'm so excited to see how this genre and these artists will flex into the wellness and meditative sort of genre. I mean, also just like picking up off of what you said about like these artists are human and they're going through the same things that all of us have been going through. I think there's this really great idea of chaos breeding creativity, and I mean, what an incredibly heavy but also human year to then be able to see all this creativity and all this work that's come out of it. So it's really inspiring to hear that he got in touch and was like, this is what the world kind of needs right now, and I want to be able to help be a part of that.
Yeah,
awesome.
That was great.
Cool. So let's talk about some of the other sound and music pieces that your team does apart from the partnerships with artists. There's a lot of like sleep music, soundscapes, nature. There's a lot of different genres in that. Can you tell us a little bit about how those are brought to life?
Yeah, well, I'm really excited about the fact that our team does a lot of diligence in finding a lot of different composers from all over the music world. Definitely seeking out more pianists out there and cellists and violinists to, work with them to create unique pieces of music, or covers of classics. We've just got some classical music up in there that I love listening to all day long. And then when it comes to the soundscapes and the nature sounds, we work with, composers and also sound engineers to create and record all of the sounds you hear in nature. And we're definitely going to be upping our soundscape game in 2021 for sure, and getting more creative about what other sounds are out there that we could bring in to help people chill out to and, relax to. The sleep music itself is a really fascinating journey. Working with artists to create sleep music, it's almost a really fun challenge for a lot of them. To me, it's almost like, I don't know, like writing poetry, where you could freeform write a poem, or you could write a haiku or something. And then there's like parameters and there's almost rules, but you get more creative within it because it's an exciting. And so that's kind of been the really fun journey. Music, create something that's unfamiliar sometimes, but still really, really fun. So yeah.
Cool. And how do scientific findings inform the music and sound content that you all produce?
Yeah, we've definitely have a few pieces of music in the app that science is really behind its creation, particularly work with Tom Middleton, who is a fantastic composer. He's an incredible composer. He spent like a decade designing sound for mental and physical and emotional. The tracks that we've worked with him on, we have in the app, are designed to possibly lower your heart rate, slow brain waves, trigger parasympathetic rest, like those type really science-backed music. And they're lovely pieces of music. And I'm excited to keep working with him moving forward to create more science-based sleep songs and beyond. Putting more science as the backing behind some of our sleep songs is definitely a big goal of ours moving forward as well. Because we've seen a lot of response to it, and I really enjoy those songs as well.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, I think it also gives people a little bit of an extra confidence that what they're leveraging is actually scientifically backed and sound and yeah, no, this is so cool.
Yeah.
There's such a cool role for you.
There's so much cool stuff.
Yeah.
It's really great. I mean, there's binaural beats. There's so many different, scientific journeys we could go down with the music world. And so I'm excited to explore them all. There's really a lot out there.
Absolutely, especially as mental health is just such a priority now and will be moving forward. I think there's so much space for exploration there that's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Thinking about just you personally, are there any specific genres or types of music that aren't on the Calm app right now that you'd love to see added?
Yes. There are. Hip hop in some capacity, whether it's reworking some of those lyrics to become more of a meditative type track, or maybe even for sleep, but definitely in some kind of poetry capacity. I just think there's beautifully written hip hop songs, rap songs that I think we can, find a way to incorporate in this really beautiful, thoughtful way. So I definitely want to explore that someday. But like I said, we're a team of 3, so
I know I got
turn around a lot of the time. I would love to do this, and I'm like, okay, let's pace this out.
Yeah, create a really long wish list, and then anytime there's like a minute or a beat, yeah, you just like hit them. And that's so cool. Like, speaking of spoken word and hip hop or rap as a type of it is poetry, and I think that would be really awesome to see brought to life, especially with Calm's perspective and point of view on it. I love that.
Yeah.
Would be very into that. So a +1 to your wish list.
Thank you. Of course.
Yeah, let me know anytime if you want some like emotional support for any of those. I'll be like, yes, do it. Cool. So let's think through, oh my gosh, 2020. Let's think through 2020. Meditation, mindfulness, wellness have become such a priority as we live through this continued lockdown. Did any of your plans accelerate or shift entirely once the pandemic hit?
I would say, I think plans shifted for all companies and all teams across the board, no matter which industry you're in or where. But Calm definitely doubled down on meeting our members, meeting our community where they were at in that moment. We developed a course page for everybody, whether you were a paying subscriber or not. It's up on the Calm blog that we refresh pretty frequently. With music and meditations and sleep stories, content that's normally behind the paywall. We wanted to make sure out there for everyone to access. And so at that, I'm proud of all the teams that worked hard to put that together out for the world, for the community. But yeah, that was definitely a shift, and I think it was a great shift.
just making sure everybody heard, because I think it was cutting out a little bit, at least on my end, that there is a free resource page that Calm has put out, since this has been a really taxing and traumatic year for, I think, a lot of people. And so just knowing that that's a resource, I think is good to seek out if anybody needs that. Cool. And then, so looking ahead at 2021, right around the corner, what do you see as like the rich opportunities emerging within the health and wellness space, or as it relates to music within the health and wellness space?
Well, I think it's kind of some of the elements that we've touched on, is just really focusing on science-backed music. That's definitely a huge priority, and really, diving deeper into the brain. That sounds so sci-fi, but really wanting to work on more music tracks that can change your brainwaves and can actually, can this scientifically help you fall asleep? So definitely exploring that is, I think, definitely going to be a big priority in 2021. I'm trying to think any other ones. Just always, at least from my perspective, just continuing to work with artists to create different types of music and kind of breaking the mold on, what could they create that can really help them and help their fans and help our community all together. Because I've touched on it before, but artists in particular, pre-COVID, being on the road, that's a stressful existence. It's really hard. They struggle with a lot of things that Calm helps deal with. And even, in COVID, just not being able to tour and being there, and, some of them are getting more creative, but some of them are having a really tough time. So really working with them to be an outlet, to be there for their mental health and to help create something beautiful out of, what's been going on, and to kind of change their mental state and help everybody, through that creative like beauty. I don't know. I'm not articulating myself well here, but it's because artists are just really talented and they express themselves in a very unique way, and they want to share that with the world, and I want to help support them.
That was beautifully said. No, that was really beautifully said. And with like a lot of passion, which I love, because it's really, you don't always get to see the ripple effect of what you put out or what you create, or just what one positive or kind act can do for somebody else, and how that can trigger them to do something kind for somebody else. And so when an artist who has a lot of authority and a lot of presence and a lot of power with their craft and their fans, it's really awesome to see companies that are uplifting that and making sure that is able to span far and wide and touch as many people as possible. Because to your point, where you're saying earlier, like, this has really been like the year inside. And I don't just mean like inside, like lockdown, like inside ourselves in a lot of ways. And to be able to kind of create that ripple effect outwardly, but then also internalize that and create something beautiful from that is really just, it's really hopeful, and that's really empowering to see. So thank you for supporting the artists and for supporting the fans that support the artists. And, it goes, and then the people that are connected to the fans that support the artists, that support Calm. So that's really cool.
Thank you for articulating my thoughts so well.
I got you. We are good. We're on the same page. I'm gonna get a little personal with this next question, and sorry, I'm in a house that has a landline, if you can see it, and it just went off. And what have you personally what has been one of the biggest lessons for you personally in this year?
That's a really great question. I would say it's kind of, actually something that Calm speaks to quite a bit, is being able to make time for yourself. And really, a lot of us are conditioned to feel like that is selfish, to be like, oh, I need some me time, and you're like, that's silly, no, just be productive, keep going. But, Calm, as a part of its mission, is inspiring everyone to take time for themselves. Take this moment to meditate, take this moment to listen to a song, take this moment to treat your body, your mind, as well as you try to treat everybody else. And so that's I've kind of taken that to heart this year. I had a baby, so she's 9 months old now. So, you know, she's kind of forced me to take some time. You know, you just kind of have to reprioritize. I feel like maybe I lost Alexina again, but like maybe that was a mic drop moment. You're back.
I think I cut out for a second, and I'm sure that was a really beautiful, brilliant answer. But it
was so brilliant, beautiful, so brilliant, so perfect.
I did love at least what I did hear, which was like taking time for yourself, and best lesson, such a good lesson. Thank you for voicing that and sharing that. So Courtney, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Cool. Awesome.
I can hear you.
So thank you for that. I'm going to take it to the Q&A section and ask some questions from the audience. So the first one is, what was something you thought would resonate with consumers during COVID that hasn't?
That's really interesting. I'm trying to think of it from, you know, a music perspective. What hasn't? You know, I'm not really sure. I'm trying to think here. That's a really tough question. What hasn't resonated? You know, I would say almost everything has definitely resonated with someone. You know, it doesn't matter if it's not, you know, this is the most streamed track we've ever had. But there's everything that we've done always has consistent listeners. So no matter what, and I think that's what really, really matters, is someone is connected to it somewhere. Even if it's, you know, a handful of people listening every single night, those people are listening every single night or every single day, and it's resonating with them. And every single one of those people matters to me, because this is something that's become a part of their daily life. This has become a part of their practice. And then I consider it a success.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, everybody matters. Every person matters, and as long as they're getting something from it, that's really nice. The next question is, which artists have emerged that are new during this pandemic, and how are new artists using these changes to get noticed?
Using the changes of the pandemic to get noticed?
I think it's essentially like, have there been any new artists that emerged that have taken a different spin on the context of this year and emerged out of it?
You know, I think I would say that there's been a few artists, you know, that probably have, and I'm just speaking without full knowledge of, you know, of their life, their careers. You know, a lot of people are working from home. A lot of us are working from home, you know, and so there's probably been a massive uptick. I'm thinking outside of comm, just in the music business in general. If, you know, work from home type playlists, ambient music in general, you know, definitely, you know, we've seen on our side of, you know, music to relax to, music to ease anxiety. I think so. Any artist that has generally been in the ambient space or making that type of music in general is, you know, probably seeing a bit of a change in how their work is being perceived and how it's being listened to, because we're all kind of going through this big thing together. So I imagine, you know, that's probably had an effect on them.
Absolutely. Context is key. Awesome. Oh, this is I like this question. Can you speak a bit to the intersection of music and charity during the past 8 months?
The intersection of music and charity. Well, definitely, you know, as I spoke to before, I mean, it's not charity, but just making sure that everyone feels supported in general. The free resource page that we created was really, really important to us, given what's going on, and making sure that's accessible, you know, for everybody. But, you know, we're always looking for ways to, support the communities that we serve. Calm has a matching program internally. So, our team feels championed to donate to causes that matter to them, and Calm matches that. So in general, from a Calm perspective, we're always, reaching out to those types of communities. But music in itself, there's been a ton of, with what's going on, virtual charity concerts, accessibility, making sure that so many live streams, so many Instagram live performances. So in a way, there's definitely been even more, outreach and accessibility in the intersection between, music and charity, I think more than ever, with what's going on.
That may actually sparked a question for me is, and maybe Calm is already doing this. So would Calm ever play with doing live sessions or doing Instagram live sessions with the artists that produce music for the app?
Oh, we've definitely explored those conversations, and I think if the right opportunity comes along, we'd totally be open to something like that.
Cool. Another question from the audience: what emerging or challenger brands outside of Calm's competitive set do you look to for inspiration or engage with personally this year?
Definitely in general, I'm a person that streams music all day long. So besides streaming on Calm, I also stream on, Spotify, and I pay attention to who's up and coming, who's the new artists out there, who should I be paying attention to. But yeah, just generally, also I'm a big book person. So Audible, I listen to a lot of books.
Cool. Another question I received is a question, this is a little more tactical, around just like how licensing and financials work. Are you able to comment on that process?
Can you repeat the question?
With so much with music on the app, does licensing and financials work similar to when you were in the music industry, or is there a different process for that?
Oh yeah, we work with all the artist teams to appropriately license their music. We work with the labels, the publishers, we get the appropriate rights.
Cool. Awesome. Let me see. The next question is, let's see. Yeah, no, I think we are. Oh, a good question. Any plans to launch Calm merchandise?
We have some out there right now. We have our meditation cushion with tuft and needle. I believe we have Calm sweatshirts out there, which look really soft, really cool. I definitely want one. So there, and we have our sleep mist. We have our book. I think we have 2 books. So there's definitely Calm merchandise out there, which is fantastic. I'm obsessed with the sleep mist. I use it every night.
Ooh, what's that like?
Ooh, very lavendery. Very soothing, very calming.
Awesome. Well, Courtney, this has been such a pleasure talking to you, learning more about Calm Music and just all the plans you've set in motion so far, and just how you are planning to build this out even further in 2021. I think we are all super excited to see that come to life, and thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you. This was such a fun chat. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Andrew, hello.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you both for bearing with our collective technical difficulties, the 2020 of it all. You guys both did.
Standard.
Yeah, exactly. Courtney, I'm curious, what does Calm recommend to stay unstressed in moments like that, like those little moments?
Those little moments like that. Well, I feel like we're all used to those in 2020 these days. And you know what? I would just have to say, it's what we say every single time you open the app. Just take a deep breath.
Perfectly said. Well, ladies, again, thank you so much for joining us. That was a really important layer to what we're talking about today with regard to music marketing and meaningful, purpose-driven brands. So thank you both for being part of today's summit. All right, so quick reminder, we do have several more sessions for the day, so it's not too late to invite a friend to join you at the link that you used to log in to be part of today's summit. But let's keep today's program moving. So up next, We have Ned Duggan, who's going to bring us a global perspective. He's the SVP of Global Marketing at Bacardi, and he's going to be joined by our moderator, Dylan Beaumont, VP of National Sales at Cargo. So please welcome to our virtual stage, Ned and Dylan. Gentlemen, hello. Here they come. Hi, guys. How's it going? I can.
Great. It's going well. How are you?
Very good. This is hour 4 for me, so you're looking more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed than maybe I am at this juncture. So I'm going to hand it over to Dylan and let you guys take it away.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, great to be with everyone, and thank you to Ned. I'm really, really excited for the session. I'll do a quick intro on me, and then get to the stuff that counts. As Andrew mentioned, I'm Dylan. I'm one of the U.S. sales leaders at Cargo. I think most people should be familiar with Cargo by now. We participate with Brand Innovators a ton, but for those that don't know, Cargo is a leader in mobile brand advertising. I think if you think about the typical mobile web ad experience, it can often sort of stink. You get a lot of repurposed digital creatives, standard units that are from other screens, colliding ads. I think Cargo is working really hard to change that, and ultimately that means better business outcomes for our clients. So that's a bit on me and a bit on Cargo. I'm thrilled to be here with Ned. Ned has an incredibly interesting background. We'll get into it. It definitely has a James Bondy international man of mystery feel to it. So excited to share more there. He's actually been with Bacardi since early 2005. Big, long legacy in the spirits space, specifically with Bacardi. Since then, listen to this sort of lineup. He's worked on Grey Goose in Miami. He then moved to London, still covering the Grey Goose portfolio. Then back to Miami to run Bombay, among other lines. And now he's in a global role overseeing Bacardi rums, splitting time between Miami and Bermuda. So I guess first question on everyone's mind, Ned, are you a secret agent? That's an incredibly interesting background. Can you tell us a bit more about sort of your background at Bacardi and what you're up to now?
Sure. No, I'm my wife. I travel a lot in non-COVID days, so my wife sometimes thinks I'm a ghost, but I'm not a secret agent. No, I guess long background. I grew up right around Washington D.C. I went to school. Actually graduated in finance from University of Colorado and went into banking and capital markets for 5 years. I went back to school in Austin, Texas, and joined Bacardi right out of Texas. I focused on marketing and entrepreneurship. Brand management was that opportunity to run a smaller business within a bigger business. And then, as you said, I've been with Bacardi for 15 years. I've worked on just about every brand in the portfolio, and now am leading up the flagship. So yeah.
It's awesome. I want to start with sort of a random curveball-y question. Cognac. Cognac, for those who have tried it, is very, very tasty. I can attest that it is, at least to me, semi-intimidating. It's premium, right? Even the word cognac, it's fancy. You've worked on D'USSÉ, which was a joint venture for Bacardi with Jay-Z. I'm sure some of us have heard of that guy. And you talk a lot about the premiumization effort across the broader portfolio. What are your thoughts on cognac, sort of the current state of cognac? And can you expand on that concept of premiumization?
Sure. So cognac is one of the, actually in the United States, it's one of the smaller categories that we have, but it's a category that's been booming for some time. And right after the recession in 2008, the way we drank as Americans and around the world changed very much. We were for a long time super premium vodka. That was the big trend for a while. And then overnight, brown spirits, whiskeys, bourbons really took over. And cognac was really a part of that, though probably didn't get the same amount of press as bourbon did because it's smaller. But cognac has been growing for some time, and D'USSÉ has been a phenomenal success story, not just for our company, but for the industry. It's really about a 7-year-old brand, and it's up around 600,000 cases now in the U.S., which is pretty big. And as you said, it's very premium, so it's roughly $50 a bottle. So people are plunking down a pretty good penny for a bottle. And it speaks to a broader trend that we've seen for the last 20 years, which is premiumization, which is actually not a real word, but we'll use it. But we're seeing spirits and really get more and more premium, and consumers are looking to trade up in this category, as they are in many categories, and they're also very careful about what they're putting in their bodies. So they're more informed. They want to know about the production of different spirits, of different brands, and that's all part of this effort to really premiumize in the category, and for consumers to trade up and really use spirits as a badge, which they've always done, but I think even more so today, especially in the United States.
That makes sense. Yeah, $50 a bottle. Maybe I'm just hanging out with the wrong crowd. Not quite sophisticated enough. I just never hear cognac being ordered at like the dinner table, but it's, for those who've tried it, it's super tasty. So it makes total sense. Let's jump to the theme of the day. It's audio, music, and podcasts. I think we all know music is core to, the Bacardi brand ethos, and has been for a long time across the portfolio. Love to hear, just sort of in your words, the role music has played in Bacardi's marketing over time, and any favorite past programs or partnerships over the years.
Sure. Bacardi, it's music and Bacardi, we say it's part of the marketing strategy, and it is, but it's also really part of the core DNA of the Bacardi brand. And Bacardi is a brand, for those who don't know, that's it's been around for over 155 years. It was founded in 1862 in Santiago de Cuba, so it's very much a Latin brand and a Cuban brand. And anyone who knows something about Cuban culture knows that you've got rum, you've got cigars, and then you've got music and dance. You've got salsa, merengue. So really dating back to day one for the brand, music has been part of the way that the brand, part of the experience of the brand, and it's something that I think makes the brand different. In terms of the more modern marketing approach, dating back to the early 2000s, we were very involved in content and branded entertainment within the music space through a property called Be Live, which ultimately transformed into one of the earliest music festivals that was here in Miami. It was Ultra before Ultra was Ultra, right at the kickoff of Music Winter Conference. And from then, we've been partnering with emerging and established artists for many years. One of the things that, as we look at the brand, and we sat as a team about 4 or 5 years ago, we were like, many brand teams do this, but what is it that makes the drinking experience of Bacardi different? What makes it distinct? And someone piped up and they said, Bacardi isn't something, it's not a drink that you drink sitting down. It's a drink that it makes you want to get up and move. And that really was the kind of the underpinning idea behind our Do What Moves You campaign, which is now in its 4th year. And that idea of music, which ultimately translates into that movement and freedom that dance is really at the center of how we market the brand. So we see that as really a critical pillar of how we activate and who we are.
On the topic of the arts, can you speak to this program? I was lucky enough to learn more about this in sort of the prep for this call, but No Commission that you did in partnership with Swizz Beatz. Can you give some background on that program? I think it's super creative, it's super cool, and obviously tangential to music, given that it's arts related.
Sure. So Swizz Beatz, we had a multi-year partnership, and No Commission was an idea actually that he came to us with around. He's obviously very, very involved in music as a producer and a musician and DJ, but also very involved in the arts and supporting visual arts. And so one of the things that he brought to us was this thought that artists most of the time don't see a lot of the full revenues of what they sell. There's a lot of commissions that go into galleries and brokers. And his thought was really, if we want to support artists and support this area, especially the up and coming artists who need that revenue, we need to strip out the middleman. And so the idea of No Commission came up, and it was an idea around having a big event, multiple big events around the world at places like Art Basel here in Miami, where we would cut out the middleman, and all the proceeds, we would sell art. We would have thousands of consumers that would go and be entertained through music acts, but also there to see art, and they would buy, and all the proceeds would go directly to the artist. So it's just a way, actually, in this case, fusing visual arts with musicians and with music, that we were able to put a spotlight on a need and really activate the brand in order to fulfill that need for artists.
It's cool. It's super unique and it's super creative. I'm curious on the back of that, how does an idea like that come to be? Do you sit in a room with Swizz Beatz and start talking about like, what do you think is, and just brainstorming through dialogue? Like, how do you storyboard an idea like that? I mean, Bacardi has a long list of, wow, that's so creative. That's so cool. That's the first time any brand has done something like that. Where do those ideas come from? Do you work closely with the artists to come up with them? Is it sort of the same formula every time? Like, what's the background on something like that?
Yeah, no, I think we want to make it collaborative. So we do work with a lot of music artists and other artists. And the great thing about working with creative people is they have great ideas. And so I think a while ago, I realized that when you're working with creative people, the worst thing you can do as a brand person or a business person is come in and tell them what you think that they should do. You have much more success. The ideas are better, but also the involvement and the having a stake or a seat at the table in terms of the generation of an idea for an artist is critical to their commitment to seeing that idea through. And so, so the answer is yes. I mean, it never happens the same way twice, but a lot of times it is getting together with a group of people, with an artist, and what interests you. And that can be anything from a new project they're working on professionally to a philanthropy that they're involved in or a cause that they care about. And then looking at where the overlap is with the brands. And generally, we've identified what that overlap is before we've identified the artist. Why is this an artist that we would be working with on Bacardi? And why is it distinct to Bacardi? And generally, you can come up with some great ideas. So it doesn't happen the same way twice. And there are times when we have a seed of an idea that we take to an artist, and then we'll ask them to build on it and make it their own. But generally, we don't ever want to look to artists as people to execute our ideas. We look at ourselves as a brand as ways to amplify and build on ideas that they come up with or the ideas that we collaborate on.
Makes sense. I think that bleeds through in the final product. And so thinking about programs like No Commission and, a laundry list of others, Bacardi clearly has, a legacy in the music and arts space. That brings us to today. I want to get into what I think is an incredibly exciting new program that Bacardi has launched around the song Conga. Can you tell us about the program? And can you, there's a lot of great Latin music out there. Why this song?
Yeah, it might catch some people by surprise. For those people who don't know, Conga was really probably the first Latin crossover hit in the mid 80s. Now we see Latin music and the influence of Latin culture throughout music, not just in the US, but globally. But if you think back to the 80s, it really wasn't that way. And so Gloria and Emilio Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine launched that song, and it became, it really was people's entry into Latin culture. So the idea that we had, going back to the idea of what is it that we can do as Bacardi to be distinct? Emilio Estefan and Gloria Estefan were Cuban exiles, much like the Bacardi family. Right there, we had, going back to our provenance, we had a close link with the DNA of Conga as a song and of the Estefans as a family. So there are a lot of parallels in terms of having come over to Miami after the revolution in Cuba. Both Bacardi and the Estefans set up shop here in Miami. And then actually a little bit deeper, Emilio Estefan's first job was in the Bacardi office mailroom. And he worked for Bacardi for, I believe it was 14 years. And maintained and still maintains a close relationship with the Bacardi family. And he is obviously active in the Miami community. So when we were trying to think of the reinvention of a song, there really was, we only had a couple of thoughts, and really Conga was the main one for, if there is a brand that can take a classic Latin iconic song and reinvent it with a modern day twist, the only really brand that can do that is Bacardi. And so we literally called up Emilio Estefan and drove 10 minutes down to his music studio and had a conversation with him. He loved the idea. And from then we went out and looked for the artist that we thought could best bring it to life. So it was very much a collaboration on the idea with Emilio, and then starting to create the song and to work with the artist on the video and the song. And ultimately, we're going to be launching a new song that is the re-embodiment of conga in the end of January.
It's super cool. I want to pull out one line. We called up Emilio Estefan. not many people can say that. We called up Emilio Estefan. I want to double click on sort of one thing here, which is that a fan is going to be able to contribute to the remix of this song, and someone's dance is going to be featured in the music video for this song. And think about that in the context of, global pandemic. I think generally music is thought of as a very one-way street. An artist produces something, they push it out to an audience of us, we get to listen to it and enjoy it. And I think it's so interesting how Bacardi is flipping that and doing a little bit of role reversal, and it's now going to be like a co-collaborative effort. While on that, there is like a more boring side of this. How will you guys, measure success? How do you measure the success of a program like this? Is it engagements with, submissions? Are there other metrics that you're using? Like how will you, these are creative, again, out of the box, first to market sort of concepts. How do you measure success for something that's, never been done before, like a program like this?
Sure. No, well, I mean, first of all, going back to what you were saying at the start, this is a participatory campaign. So, in fact, right now we do have a microsite that's live, running conga, featuring you. And the idea is that people can upload their voices, their dance moves, and we're going to be taking that user-generated content and putting it into the music video and also into the TV advertising, and obviously the voices into the song. So. That was a part that of the campaign that we thought was very different and obviously engaging. And how are we measuring success? A number of different ways. So we are obviously tracking site visits to the microsite, who is engaging with that. We are engaging submissions, and then ultimately we're going to be launching the song around the Grammys. We see it that is the perfect opportunity to launch both the song and the music video. And there we're going to be a lot of social listening. This is it's designed to be a highly earned in terms of its approach. But everything these days is a balance of paid and earned. And so, we're going to be looking at mentions, online mentions, both third party and on our channels. And really it's an engagement play. It does have a paid component. It will be in broadcast and as well as online video around the world. But it definitely has an earned component as well. So we're going to be balancing both.
So interesting. So on the topic of sort of like global pandemic, we're all in our homes. The line chart of my sort of spirits consumption has varied through this time. How are you guys thinking about, how are you and Bacardi thinking about, the future of spirits as it relates to the future of hospitality? Unfortunately, we're not going to restaurants as often as we once were. Like, how are you thinking? But at the same time, people are getting, I think, more creative and exploratory in their homes with spirits than they ever have. How are you guys thinking about, the future of hospitality, given spirits play such a critical role there?
Sure. Well, I think, like everyone, we can't wait for bars and restaurants to open again. I think that goes without saying. But you're right. I mean, people have changed their behavior and their habits with respect to how they're drinking. And we're seeing a lot more in the way of at-home consumption. And we're seeing what used to be, for Bacardi, we play in what we call a liberation occasion. The end of a work day or when people want to let their hair down, that's when they're drinking Bacardi. And so now with seeing that happening at home, it means that we need to be very creative about how we're reaching people with our platform. So, I was listening online to your earlier guest on the show talking about music and obviously with virtual, we're looking at virtual music experience and ways that we can bring that Bacardi drinking occasion within the music space to people at home. We're looking at how we can bring our partnerships and content from what was once much more physical interaction to at home. Delivery has been an e-commerce, as spirits were a highly regulated industry. And so delivery and e-commerce have not been a huge portion of our business. And we're seeing 500-600% growth within the first 2 months of the pandemic, people having spirits delivered at home. So that was a place that we had to very quickly pivot and make sure that we were doing everything we could to be visible in the online space. So, I mean, really, it has been a radical change for us. And the other thing that's interesting is, I mean, with a U.S. audience, it's very different than, say, in India, where the lockdowns are so extreme that that the business, it's not just the bars and restaurants enclosed, but people are literally confined to their homes. And so, really, we require a different approach depending on the country and the market. And so, it's required a lot of agility for us as a company. And we're very pleased with our performance in the U.S. I think a lot of the at-home consumption is making up for some of the business that we've lost in the on-premise, what we call the on-premise, which is bars and restaurants. But ultimately, we'll be very glad in 6 months to a year when the bars and restaurants are open and people are out enjoying our products in public again.
Second that, for sure. I want to pepper in some questions from the audience here. I'm seeing some interesting ones. Back to the Swizz Beatz partnership. Someone from the audience asking, was the Swizz Beatz partnership an equity partnership? How was the deal structured? How did that change when it came to the video content produced for social, like the Sound Faux Rum video?
The Sound Faux Rum video. So I think I think that's talking about the Sound of Rum video. So I can't get into the specifics of the contractual relationship with Swizz Beatz. It was a multi-year partnership, actually across many of our brands. And he remains a good friend of ours today. He was the executive producer of the music on a Sound of Rum TV seed that was primarily launched in Europe, but we did play here in the U.S. around the World Series. So yeah, he put together all the music there, and the idea behind that was how do we literally create the sound of rum, how do we make music out of the sound of a drink being made, the ingredients being chopped, the ice hitting into a glass and the pour. It was, sitting with him. He's someone that's had a prolific production career and produced not just music, but also movie soundtracks. So, I mean, for him, he said, I feel like I can do this in an afternoon. And I don't know if it took him only an afternoon, but I'm thrilled with the way it turned out.
That's awesome. It's an awesome professional to be sort of paired up with on stuff like this. Another interesting question here. Do your teams have data around how many times Bacardi brand names are mentioned in top charting songs? I think the submitter of this question has thought of three: Into Club, It's Like That, and The Jump Off. I'm sure there are countless others. Besides, like, it's got to feel cool to have your brand mentioned in, a top global song that's on top of the charts. But yet, any analytics around stuff like that? Is it a surprise to hear like, whoa, or Bacardi's mentioned in this song? That's super cool. How do you guys think about that?
No, we love it. No, of course it's great. I mean, there's certain things that you can that you can plan for, and there's certain things you can. And no, we don't have a running count. There might be one that exists in the archive. I don't know it offhand. But no, we definitely are aware when a song comes out that has Bacardi in it. One of the great things about having a name like Bacardi is it does rhyme with party. So that ends up being something that a lot of lyricists use in their music. But yeah, no, the In the Club, I think we could actually see a measurable impact on our business from how successful that song was in the early 2000s.
Yeah. You mentioned the Grammys earlier as an interesting sort of tentpole to associate the launch of the Conga campaign. What other major tentpoles throughout the year does Bacardi have you up around? Obviously, got to imagine summer's big. What does Bacardi have planned for, what are the major tentpoles, and then what does Bacardi have planned for the holidays?
Sure. Summer is what most people associate Bacardi and rum with, fun in the sun, and so summer is a big period for us. In terms of I'll call them our equity tentpoles around music, one of the things we want is for people, festival culture is something that's very, very big right now and has been for some time. We activate behind a number of the biggest festivals, not just in the U.S., but globally. And we have a great partnership with Live Nation around many of their concerts and festivals, as well as Life is Beautiful in Las Vegas. So those are big tentpoles that we activate around and amplify. We have a lot of influencer content as well as obviously on-site presence when physical and live comes back. We're also looking very seriously at a lot of different types of virtual festivals that are going on. So that's going to be coming up as we look at this next summer. We're really looking at that. It's an interesting period of when people are just starting to come back into whatever the new normal is. So that sort of that phase between lockdown and fully back, and that's one that we're really exploring and trying to navigate. And then in terms of key selling periods for us, so 4th of July, Christmas, whenever people are gathering at home with friends and family. Friendsgiving, the night before Thanksgiving, has become a massive night out for bars and restaurants, but just for people to gather. So really, it's those big connection moments and holidays. And then for us, because we focus so much around music, it's those big music moments, and Grammys is obviously a big one.
So you mentioned the sort of the return to normal. Obviously, presents a challenge because it's sort of a moving target, right? We don't know when that may happen, especially with so many global variables, given the scope of your role. How do you realistically go about planning for something like that when there's so much unknown? Do you have contingency plans that for different scenarios that you'll set live if certain things happen by country? Like, how do you it makes sense. We want to plan for when people are back at restaurants, back at bars, things go back to normal. How do you get ahead of something like that, given that it's a moving target?
I think it's a great question. I think the answer is you're probably never ahead of it. And anyone that tells you that they are ahead of it, I'd love to talk to them and figure out how. But I think you need to be set up structurally going into something like this in order to be successful. And I think one of the great things about Bacardi as a company is it's historically very decentralized in terms of the way the company has evolved. And that decentralized model has allowed us to be very agile with respect to how different countries are, and even in the US, even down to the state level. And we see it now. I mean, the regulations in California are very different from what's going on in Texas. And so when you want to localize a big brand, which we obviously do, you need to have that nimble approach and empower people in the local markets to do the things that are right for that market and where that consumer is. So what we focus on mostly at the center is making sure that we really have an idea and a strategy that people can understand and activate around, so that whether you're operating, whether your market is completely free and everyone's back in bars, you know how to activate the brand within that bar so that it feels like Bacardi. Or if everyone's in lockdown and you're activating through virtual, you have that same idea that's being lived out in the digital space. So for us, I think it's about understanding who we are at the core, understanding our idea. And for us, our Do What Moves You platform is in its 4th year. So that helps. And then ultimately it's about empowering people in the markets who are closest to their consumers to activate and to engage with them in the right way.
Such a great answer to such a tough question. So very, very complex, lots of different markets in play. You bring up a good point. Even within the scope of the US, state by state, the picture is changing. It's a lot for Ned to control, as one guy. I would imagine, are surrounded by a large team. They're probably distributed across the country, or across the globe. So to pivot a little bit, how have you, from a management perspective, from like an orgs and communication perspective, how do you keep everyone on the same page? How do you keep everyone, dialed in? We're not having meetings, in person anymore. And given that, I would imagine your team is large and, again, geographically disparate. How do you keep everyone on the same page?
Yeah, I think the key there is over communication. I mean, first of all, I think having tight control in any sort of a global leadership position shouldn't be the goal. The goal is to influence and to steer, but not necessarily to try to control. And so for us, we do have a large team of people, both direct reports and indirect, around the world. And it's about steady, constant communication. It's about making sure. I think the hardest thing for me is making sure that our regions are connected to one another, rather than using me as a go-between or our global team as a go-between. I love to hear when the team in France calls up the team in the US and asks what they've been doing that's been successful, and they share that. I mean, the metaphor that I always use is that we are a brain. We're a collective brain, and we need to make sure that we're communicating like a brain. And if anyone is doing one-offs, then it hurts the rest of the world. And so, I mean, one of the things that as a group we try to do is everyone needs to wear a global hat. You know, we're all accountable for our global business and how we perform globally. And everyone's obviously accountable for how we perform at their market level. But if you're not wearing both hats, then you're disconnected from the brain. And so I think that mentality has helped us. And again, I think you know, coming up with this idea of I wasn't raised in the marketing world through a philosophy of command and control. It was much more around empowerment, and I think that model has served us very well in the pandemic, absolutely. And I think it serves us well in normal times because it makes us more agile. And in an industry that generally is somewhat slow moving, I mean, we're not a fast moving consumer goods industry. Spirits people don't buy as often as they do toothpaste. And so we need to stay agile in order to be ahead of the competition.
I love that concept of the brain. And I just was thinking of another dimension of it, which is obviously working with a ton of agencies across the world. So love what you're saying about cross-pollination between regions. It's like, if you're not talking, you're not part of the brain. I sort of love that. One last question for me, and then I'll dig into any of the chat Q&A. I think the question on everyone's mind: what if you walk into a bar? What is Ned ordering to drink?
Oh, well, it depends where I am. That's a great question. It depends. If I'm in Las Vegas, my drink is a banana daiquiri, and that goes all the way back to my yes. So even before I started working for the company. But generally, I'm a more, I guess these days in my advanced age, I'm a little bit more of a spirit-forward person. So I like a Bacardi Ocho on the rocks, a Bacardi 8-year-old just over ice, which is just delicious.
I'm writing that down, adding it to the grocery list. We have a question from the Q&A. Which artists have emerged, new artists have emerged during this pandemic, and how are new artists using these changes to get noticed? That's a really interesting question. Obviously, tons of artists out there. Working with Bacardi is sort of an artist's dream. How do you vet new artists that you want to fold into programs across the portfolio? Do you have like a talent team? Is it sort of just like looking at the charts? Like, what is there an art and science to how you pick who you're working with from an artist perspective?
That's a great question. We do. So I am not the music expert, but we do have consultants and people on the team that do specialize in music and music culture. For Bacardi, music is such a wide space, and there's so many different brands that play within music. So for us, it's important to carve out what our space and niche is there, and for us, it's about music that's inspired by a Caribbean and Latin sound. And so for us, we do take a particular interest and focus on Caribbean artists and Latin artists. So with Conga, Leslie Grace, who's both a Latin artist and also actress, and she's fantastic. And I think she's going to be breaking. She's going to be very big soon. And she's already won Latin Billboard awards, and she's going to be crossing over, I think, into the U.S. mainstream. But she's Dominican, so and she has a fantastic sound. We love the idea of pairing different artists from different genres together. So the idea of taking a Leslie Grace, who's mostly known as a Latin artist, and pairing her with Meek Mill, who's obviously more on the rap and hip hop side, that creates a fantastic sound. And then we worked with Boy Wonder as a producer, and he just made it all work out like it was meant to be. And obviously having Emilio in the background, keeping us honest on staying true to the song. It really is about making sure that there is something that is unique for Bacardi. And for Bacardi, we take our Cuban and Caribbean heritage very seriously. And we want to make sure that comes through in what we create, both in the way of advertising, but also in the way of content. And so the artists that we select and work with, like Leslie, are an embodiment of that.
Note to self: buy stock in Leslie Grace. One last question. I see Andrew's back, so I think we're rounding out our time. One last question. Everything's obviously going virtual and going remote. We're here to talk about music. You know, live music and concerts is close to home for Bacardi. Are there opportunities on the horizon as it relates to virtual and remote concerts, or in-person things going virtual that are appealing to Bacardi in 2021 and beyond?
Absolutely. No, I think like many people, we were very inspired by the Travis Scott Fortnite. So kind of crossing over into gaming, which is obviously virtual. And then, I mean, there've been a number of different approaches that people have taken to bring music virtually. And so there are everything from a virtual festival, and in fact, our team in India actually did a fully virtual festival this past weekend that went off extremely well. And so we are dabbling in that space, and I also think that virtual music and a lot of these virtual properties are here to stay. I think live will come back, and no one should think for a second that that sociability and that need for human connection and gathering is going to go away. But the virtual opportunity is too big to ignore for artists and for the music industry. And I think we can expect to see a lot more and a lot of creativity in that space.
Super cool. Well, Ned, you are incredibly interesting. I could chat with you all day, and what you've accomplished on Bacardi over the years is nothing short of amazing. It's been great to spend some time with you. Thank you, and I'll hand it back over to Andrew.
This has been fun. Thank you very much.
Dylan, thank you. And to echo your comments, that this was one of my favorite and most engaging sessions of the day. So thank you both for sharing so many great insights. Ned, 2 quick questions for you before I let you go. We, of course, are knee-deep in the holiday season. Any recommendations for recipes with Bacardi that we should all be adding to our list right now?
Oh, let's see. I think a hot toddy is always great with some cinnamon and some lemon juice, and obviously I would use our Bacardi 8-year-olds. That expression is great for a hot toddy. So if you live in Miami and it's a little bit warmer, listen, it's always a great time for a mojito. So I would absolutely, if you're able to sit on a beach somewhere, a mojito is always a drink for you.
I particularly appreciated that you had a localized answer for what your drink of choice is, so I will take that into consideration. And then lastly,
occasion.
That's right. Lastly, from a virtual event standpoint, have you guys had any success with figuring out how to do virtual taste testing or mixologing at home versus what you might have been able to do on premise?
That's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we identified and wanted to look at very quickly as the pandemic was starting was there were so many bartenders that were out of work and in need of work and revenue. And so, we started working with bartenders to create a lot in the way of how-to recipes, streaming a lot of bartender content to give them more of a stage, and also to give them another revenue stream. So. At-home mixology, the at-home bartender is another thing that is here to stay. And we've seen that accelerate. And people for a long time have taken pride in making a good cocktail. But now it's so much more important. When you can't go down the street and get a great cocktail at your favorite bar, you're responsible for making your own. And so we've definitely stepped up to the plate to create some content to help people.
Fantastic. Well, once again, Dylan, you are a 49er because you extracted a lot of gold out of that session. And Ned, thank you so much again for joining us. Well, you guys, last but not least, we've arrived at the last session of the day. I want to thank all of you if you've stuck with us for the entirety of the program, and of course, welcome you if you're just joining us more recently. We've talked a lot all day about the importance of technology and how it's innovating live and virtual events. And our last speaker of the day just this past week wrapped one of the biggest entrants in that space today. So please welcome to the virtual stage Patricia Bauer. She's the Director of Consumer Marketing at Lenovo, and she's going to be joined by our moderator, Lauren Marinelli, the VP of Sales and Growth at Vox Media. So please welcome ladies to the stage. Hello, hello. I can see you and maybe hear you soon.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Hi, everyone. It's going to be a little hard to beat Ned with all his drinks from, being the last speaker of the day and all these recipe drinks, but I try my best to share as much as I can to the great experience that we had. So hi, everyone. I'm honored to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Just a reminder to turn your camera on. We can hear you, but can't see you yet. I'll hand it over to Lauren.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here and follow this last session. Mojito sounds really good, considering the snow here in New York today. So I'm happy to be here and chat with Patricia. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys see me okay?
Yes, we can see you now. Perfect. Well, Andrew, thank you for that introduction. I'm really excited to talk to Patricia. It was really, really intriguing learning about their program that they just executed. Lenovo is certainly not a brand that has been shy to dig into the virtual performance space. So thank you again for having us as we round out this great event around audio, podcasts, and music. So Patricia, I'm here with her today. She's the Director of Consumer Marketing at Lenovo, responsible for overseeing retail and brand efforts, and leading partnerships around many unique projects. And one in particular, as we said, we're going to talk about, which is a 2-year initiative called For All Creators. So we're going to talk about the recent performance with the Jonas Brothers, which also, fun fact, I told Patricia my last live concert actually happened to be the Jonas Brothers in August of 2019. So here we are.
Oh, awesome.
So Patricia, let's get started. If you can share an overview and background on the For All Creators initiative.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, before I even talk about all the creators, I want to take a step back to last year. So last year, we as a brand, we were having, we understood the need to connect with our audience in a very different way, in a very unique way. And we really need to engage more in the pop culture. We decided as a brand to start exploring this crossover between gaming, entertainment. Are you guys hearing me okay? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we start exploring, this crossover between gaming, entertainment, and passion points from our audience. And one of the key passion points was music. Music really was across all our the segments. So as we engage we really want to engage with this, we start our partnership with Universal Music Group. And we kick it off last year with a huge interactive approach with Taylor Swift in Paris, where we actually brought our technology in the hands of fans writing loving notes for her concert, The Lover. And all the notes were projected in the midst of the concert before she started her performance. It was a very touching and emotional way, and we're really bringing our brand in a very authentic and engaging way to their fans. So after that, we did a lot of different activations, and we learned a lot through this partnership. So as we come to this year, with all those learnings, and we saw huge positive, interaction with our fans, our audience. We were ready to have something that was more an end-to-end approach. And we really want to engage them in a different way. And then the pandemic came, right? So now a different challenge. How can we really bring the same engagement of having someone physically touching our product, engage with the concert in the virtual environment? So we put our heads together, UMG, Lenovo, in this big partnership, and we came with this campaign for all creators. There was aligned with our global brand campaign of Yoga for All of Us that celebrates creativity and innovation and diversity. And we engage with UMG and Jonas Brothers in this all creator campaign that has 3 phases: excite, entertain, and engagement. So we kick it off in October, really calling all the fans, all the creators to really be part of this virtual experience that happened last Thursday, when it was really exciting and amazing. So I can bring you more details, but I think you have some questions, so I'll let you dig in on the experience. But that's kind of like how we really are bringing music and technology together to provide people and fans a unique experience.
Yes, that's great. And I definitely want to dig into the key components of the program, especially around the excite, entertain, and engage program phases that you talked about. But before we do that, can you share why or how you identified music as a key passion and pillar for Lenovo.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So we do. There is a lot of data behind, right? I think sometimes we would think marketers, we are very intuitive, yes, but there is a lot of data science that goes behind, understanding our audience and identify the music was a passion point. We actually had a third party, agency that helped us, through research and through tools to really see how music indexed according to our target audience, and music was indexed really high. So, and we also did research, and we know that, for our audience, music in brand association, there is a high sentiment around that. So we knew there was a very positive thing. And personally, music brings that emotion that we really want to make sure that emotional connection that we're looking for to connect with our audience. So we felt there was a perfect partnership. And I think on top of that, also the artists, they themselves understand the power of technology to help their creativity and connect to their fans. So we felt it was just the perfect marriage, the music and technology together, providing people a better experiences, especially now that people are looking for ways to, entertain, and really create some fun in a tough times that we are all living today. So that was kind of behind the scenes why music.
That's great. And then, so let's get to the big questions. You had success last year with Taylor Swift. What made you choose the Jonas Brothers this year?
Yeah, I will be super, as always, super transparent. It's not just about, there's no like Taylor Swift and it's not about them. We love all the artists, and I think each artist have your uniqueness, right? So we kick it off with Taylor Swift, and we also engaged with other artists last year, and it's about using the data behind, right? And that's why one of the reasons, our partnership with UMG, it's very successful because they have access to a whole ecosystem with all the artists and their fan database. So there is science behind. They understand what we are looking for. They understand what is the audience that our brand wants to talk to, and they have access to their artist fan database. So they cross segment in making sure they engage our brand with artists that make sense, right? And that's why. So there is not just one big answer, but it's really data science behind working with UMG to define what is the best artist to associate with our brand, and bringing this to life in a way that makes sense for both, for the artist and for us.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. So let's get back into the brass tacks of the program. You mentioned it being end-to-end and not necessarily, a one and done concept, especially since this is year 2 of this initiative. So can you share a little bit more about those, the ways in which you are measuring this program?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So as I mentioned, so last year we had a lot of learnings. We did a lot of different types of activations that we engage our brand in many different ways, by being in the concert, by allowing, integration with the artist, social, platforms. This year, we learned that it's much more effective if we engage from beginning to end. And that's why this All Creators platform has 3 phases, right? Kick it off in October, goes into February to really allow the fans and the audience to engage in many different ways. And the way we are measuring this is different things we're doing. So of course we have the basic kind of metrics, impressions, engagement, and sentiment, but we're also doing brand lift studies for our brand and see how much, how people are thinking and changing perception for our brand throughout this process. So it's a huge data behind the scenes to really understand the impact that we're bringing. But so far, the initial results being extremely positive, just by being, last week in the concert, I felt really proud for the team. And again, I'm the face here, but there is a huge team behind me that I'm very proud. My brand team, the UMG team, people working together to bring something unique. And the fans were so thankful for Lenovo and, for the artists to bring this to their homes. So so far the initial result is being really great.
Awesome. And knowing that you had a lot of learnings from last year, and obviously we're living in a pandemic where scaled live concerts are not feasible, what were some of the challenges that you faced during the execution phase?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we already knew we had to go through this virtually, right? So I think the good thing of being this second year, our relationship with the UMG, it's really, really solid. And so the team knew that we have to pre-record the virtual performance prior to the date. And everything has to be 100% COVID, compliant. And so we had to take a lot of different measurements. Also, in the past, in things like this, my team, which we are the brand and the product experts, we would be there, to making sure our brand execution through this production was flawless. And in this case, we couldn't, right? Because COVID, we couldn't fly. So everything has to be done virtually. All the planning has to be done. We had my team was on call during the production to make sure they answer any questions about the product, about the brand. So we took measurements, beforehand to make sure we are still delivering excellent execution. And I have to say, I was extremely proud. The team, no flaw was really amazing. And I think I like to always look things in a positive way as well. Because it was a virtual experience, we had a positive way. We were able to look the experience prior to go live and making sure everything was perfect. And at the day of the event, the production behind the scenes, even if it was a pre-record virtual experience, the fans felt it was live, right? Yeah. They were able to choose songs. They were able to interact, with the concert, changing the visuals in the screen. So the performance itself was very engaging and interactive and didn't feel there was something that was pre-recorded. So I felt that the team did an outstanding job.
That's awesome. Congratulations on that.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more about the Lenovo integration, the technology that really helped fuel this live performance, because I think you did some amazing and interesting things that others can learn from.
Yeah, so this was a 3-phase program. So we started incorporating, this is actually a big learning from last year, for any brands that are watching me now. It's in order for you to really engage with music and partnership, it's important that your brand is part of the creative process from the beginning, right? So when we kick it off the program, we call all the fans to submit their art designs, right, in order to participate on the show, on the performance. And we had a lot of influencers that was actually using our yoga technology to create the designs and showing how would that be through our social media, to the fans. So we were able to kind of incorporate our brand this way, right? Through the show and impact things through the row. Also, we had, people that were part of the creative process for the virtual using our technology to come to bring the event live, right? Using the Lenovo Yoga throughout the process until the day of the event.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
Awesome. And then what is the next evolution of this program, Patricia?
Oh, yeah. So I can give you a sneak peek. We still, of course, discussions, we just had the concert. We still finalizing now. After we wrap it up, we have a lot of content that we capture with our technology behind that you guys will be seeing through February. And we are into discussions. And one of the things that I can kind of share, don't put my name on it, but we really feel that one of the things that fell in this campaign was not just promoting our brand. Of course, that's, at the end of the day, Jonas Brothers, amazing. We want to promote our brand. But we also felt that we brought something really unique to people that it's really in need at this time in entertainment. And that association, but it's just as a working in marketers, we felt really passionate about it, right? So as we move to next year, we want to expand that. The vision is to expand this platform to allow the emerging artists that is being really hurt, through this time because festivals being closed, not a lot of opportunity for them to really engage with their fans. So we want to leverage this, allow this platform, allow for them to engage as well. So that's what we have in discussions, create something a little more, not just a 3-month program, like an all-year program, and really engaging more with the emerging artists. At least have a piece of that. We felt that that's something that would be amazing to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's take the next few minutes and zoom out a little bit. What advice would you give to other marketers listening in today who want to engage in music partnerships?
So I think that the first advice, that I would give to you is to making sure, when you choose your partner, what music artists, agency, whatever you're using in this partnership, is to understand data behind. I think, it's good that, we all know how powerful it is, intuitive, but having data to really making sure you are talking to the audience that it's important to your brand, right? So they have the science behind, for me, that's really unique. And engaging with the artists that also feel passionate about your brand, right? So it has to have it's like a marriage, right? So it's not just us choosing the partner, but the partner also needs to, enjoy your technology, to really feel authentic, when we come together. And I think that's been the experience so far. We've a great job working with UMG and the artists that they bring to us. It's this, 1 + 1, it's 3, right? And that's really what my advice is, making sure you work with a partner that he understands you and you understand them. Also, for brands like Lenovo, we are very traditional in the way we work. And, music industry is very different. So we have to really kind of learn and understand each other and really learn a compromised way to interact throughout the process. That's been a big learning for me and my team as well.
Got it. And how, we talked about this emotional connection, right, to music, and consumers have to feel that. So talk a little bit more about how you created this connection in the virtual world.
Yeah. I think I don't know if I ever would say that virtually, I'm from Brazil, so I talk to my family every day, through technology, right? And you find a way to, it's never the same person, physical to, but you find a way to really engage. And I think the same way we did is to provide an experience that people have to do something about. It's not a passive, right? It's not you sitting down listening to a concert, but it's you engaging from the beginning, creating the designs, helping them create the designs of the show, helping the artists create the merchandise that's going to be sold during the show, choosing the song that's going to be playing next, sending your messages through the show, be able to have screen it and share, in the social platform. So you are doing something and you are engaging. And I think when you engage and you feel part of something, that emotional connection is there. And I think that's what the team brought to this, experience, and that's what makes this very unique to the Jonas Brothers.
That's great. And a question just came in that actually kind of piggybacks on this nicely in the reverse. What was something that you thought would resonate with consumers during COVID that hasn't?
Like, well, what do you mean? Like in terms of my brand?
Or something that maybe you and the brand were ideating to execute for the creators program that maybe you tested out and you necessarily don't want to do again. Is there any learnings in that capacity?
Oh, learning from this experience from next time?
Yes.
I mean, there is always learning, right? I do feel that so far, this has been a very positive experience. I think the learning will be, engaging more. To your point, open maybe, the platform. This time we had one big artist, maybe, in the year to come, we do this more like ongoing and allowing other artists as well to interact. But in terms of the experience, I felt there was, a great experience. I felt that, people were engaging. We got good sentiment and people really thank us for doing this. So I think so far, I'm still in the hype, that just happened, and we're getting so much love from everyone. But for sure, as we finish the campaign, we will do a recap, and I'm sure there is a lot of learnings behind the scenes, and we'll be able to share. Yeah.
Great. All right, Patricia, I want some of your hot takes. This is from the audience. Which artists have emerged during the pandemic, and how are new artists using these changes to now get noticed?
I'm sorry to repeat. I think you cut a little bit. What was the question?
Sure. Which artists have emerged during this pandemic that you would maybe be interested in engaging with in this? Have you noticed? Yeah. And so you start there, and then I'll ask you the second part of the question.
Okay. Well, I think it's I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so I'm not going to say any names of the artists. Okay. But I think as a brand, to the point, it's not just Patricia choosing the artist, right? I have to choose what is good for our audience and our fan database. So we'll rely on my, data to really guide us on that. So I'm not going to answer like which artist, but we are open to engage with different type of artists, different type of genres, through, we want to make sure that's something relevant to the audience that we're trying to reach.
Yeah. Do you see artists using technology in new or different ways to get noticed now?
Absolutely. Well, I think some artists, it's been a while people using, especially to connect with the fans. I think now they rely 100%, on that since they can do live concerts. So I think technology became much more, important and critical to, connect with the audience and to create their music and to really unleash their creativity. So technology more than ever, not just for them, but I think everyone, it became a critical part of connection. Mm-hmm. And which before, was something that was already there, but I think now it's mandatory, right? If they really want to connect. So you've seen, and they bringing love and emotion to people's home, which is amazing, making them even look better.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, a little bit different. Can you speak a bit more to the intersection of music and charity that you've seen during the past 8 months?
Like community charity?
Yeah.
Yes. So actually, I didn't mention that, but as part of our big, Jonas Brothers, a lot of the merchandising that was designed, we actually gave, Jonas Brothers, Feed America was one of the charities that they chose. So all the merchandising that we sold, all the, proceeds will be given to this, charity. And this is something that we do in actually last year, we engaged with MEG, all the artists, we did that as well. We did many times, helping the community. I think artists more and more, they are doing that. And I think that's a great way to help, but also connect to your brand with something that matters, especially because we know that Gen Z and especially Gen Z, they want to be associated with a brand that have a cause that matters to them, right? Mm-hmm. So I see this more and more in artists, but also brands as well.
Great.
So thank you for asking that. Allow me to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else that you want to sprinkle in as we, wrap up the day here about the program?
Yeah, no, I just, I think I'm very honored to be here today, and be able to share this experience. I just want to, quick, shout out to the University Music team, to the Jonas Brothers team, and to my team to really bring this together. So very excited, and for you guys to allow us to share a little bit about what we did, with all of you. So I just want to thank everyone for having me here. Thanks.
Perfect. It was fun chatting with you and getting to know you, Patricia.
Thank you.
Andrew, I see you popped on as well. I don't know if you have any other last questions before we wrap up. Maybe not. There he is. Hi.
Hello. Sorry, it's in the other room when you asked that. Yeah. So, well, actually, I dropped this in the chat as well. But Patricia, first of all, thank you both for those fantastic insights. I'm curious. I mean, whether it's a learning from last week's Jonas Brothers event or just what you've seen overall, what aspects of virtual concerts and live streaming do you think are here to stay once we are finally able to return safely to in-person events? What kind of hybrids do you foresee?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, one of the things that I love about the virtual events, of course, people miss, that kind of the love of being there in person, but I do love the engagement. I think allowing the fans to be part of the experience, I think for me, that's something that I think moving forward, we will stay. I think people really enjoy that, to be able to have a saying on the way that the performance went and be able to give the comments and shout out, in the big screen. I think those activities, it's something that we didn't do a lot before. And I think we will stay. The other thing too is that, we had people from all over the world in our performance, which is something we were targeting the US, but allowing people from everywhere to really be there, So, and somehow, even if it was not in person, we were able to be more connect, as a globe. And I felt that that's something that was very powerful as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. The global scale of virtual technology definitely is harder to replicate from individual touring for sure.
Yeah. And I forgot to mention something that, there's so much, that we did through this program. One of the things that we did too, the winners of the contest, we actually had a virtual meet and greet. And I was very nervous about that, but that was actually a very kind of nice touch. I think sometimes it's hard to do the meet and greet, and so we were also able to articulate through this program. Some key fans, was able to really interact with the Jonas Brothers live virtually.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really powerful as well.
You raise an interesting point, because the meet and greet was already kind of a virtually extinct thing because of artists' comfort level and, frankly, the pandemic issues we're all dealing with. So I think that could be a permanent solve as well for creating some of those intimate experiences.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, before I let you go, Patricia, beyond the work you've done with Lenovo this year, do you have a favorite virtual concert or event you've attended just as a fan?
As a fan, I really like the Andrea Bocelli, the virtual, Easter. That for me was like speechless as a person, right? So that for me was that took me this year.
Ooh, yeah, you're giving me goosebumps just thinking back to the clips I saw from that. Thank you. Lauren, how about you?
Yes. Oh gosh. I haven't attended a virtual concert. Maybe I should. A lot of virtual trivia. Okay. But I did see the clips as well, but I can't really say I was there for the full experience.
No problem. I just to throw my hat in there, Dua Lipa's Club 2054 live stream with Amex a couple weeks ago was, I think, definitely raised the bar for virtual events as well. But Patricia, we thank you so much for sharing your very fresh insights from last Thursday's event. And Lauren, thank you for a fantastic discussion. So
thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. So you guys, with that, we have officially wrapped today's jam-packed program. I want to thank you all who've tuned in and joined us for all or part of the day. I know I personally took so much from today's sessions. We hope you'll also come back to join us tomorrow at Brand Innovators' next summit on consumer engagement, which starts at 12 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be joined by some fantastic leaders in the industry from Nestle, Wingstop Restaurants, Snapchat, IHOP, Planet Fitness, and many more. So please tune in for that. And thank you, everyone, for joining today. See you soon.